Yeah. I mean, I was kind of shocked because normally my response is to just yell. So I wasn't expecting to actually meet him, and so we were both confused and shocked.
That reminds me of the fucking King Kong.
Oh God. You and everyone else in this family love to bring that up every opportunity you can.
Because it's
Care
really
to
fucking
share?
funny.
We went to. Okay. So I think it was the first, either like the first or second time we went down to Florida to university or Universal, whatever.
Universal.
Yeah. Um, and we went on the King Kong ride.
Ah,
Well, they have this guy in the walls who pokes out with a mask on.
my God.
Um, and so we're going through line and we're waiting, and then all of a sudden, from this hole, like right next to me, pops out this face. And instead of doing any normal reaction, I look at him and go, "Can you not?" And then for the rest of the line, like the rest of the time, he popped out at me like four more times.
Congrats, he liked you.
Yeah, apparently I gave him a real fun. And I was just like, "Excuse me, can you not?"
Could you not?
Can you not?
He just sinks back into the wall. He's like, ah.
So
Okay.
that makes me think of, has anyone here done Halloween Horror Nights or heard of Halloween Horror Nights?
At Universal?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of it online.
Okay. It's kind of like that, except they're the scare actors are professionals.
Oh my god.
So, no, I'm a huge fucking scaredy cat, but I love Halloween Horror Nights so much. I've only done it one time, and every year I've been dying to go. My first thing, I don't know what it was. We went through like the traditional monsters or something. I think it was like Frankenstein, Dracula, that sort of stuff. And we're walking through, and I don't know what caused me to do this, but I basically was just talking, like, I see the scare actors, and I'd be like, hey, how are you doing? And then they'd scare me. Seeing them, making eye contact. And they just sit there, and, like, people behind me were laughing, because I'm like, hey, how are you? Oh, God, oh, fuck. Like,
Oh my god.
to the point, and no, I was, like, 16 at the time. And so I'm getting, like, picked on by the adults in a nice manner. And then at the end, I'm like, okay, cool, we're done with the house. I had a great time. There's a Frankenstein guy hiding behind the curtain as you're leaving. So at that point, the house is supposed to be over. And he just walks up to you. He doesn't do anything. Well, I didn't see him. And I just, like, he came up on my side and, like, just reached a hand out just to, like, almost shake my hand. And I bolted.
That's
I
so.
bolted out of the building to the point where the crew were like, are you okay? I'm like, no! And then I asked for a picture. It was really cool. I
That is
screamed
really
like
funny.
a baby, but I had the time of my fucking life.
That's so funny.
I'll be honest,
I-
I do not think I could do I will be able to do anything like more intense than like the horror house that they have at like the state fair up here, because like I am a fucking wimp when it comes to anything horror, and I am jump scared so easily. Like it depends on it depends on like the scenario, obviously, but I could be like a slightly focused on a task. Someone could walk up next to me and I jump.
I've scared Owen by walking into his room and saying hi. Like, I'll knock and then open the door and be like, "Hey, kid," and he jumps like a foot in the air.
You call your brother Hey Kid?
I call him kid, yeah.
Aw.
Aww.
Is that like not normal?
No, I'm the baby of my family by 10 years between me and my brother, so I can't answer that.
I see.
So you are the kid.
I am. And okay, I lied. I have two brothers. One of which I've disowned because we don't talk about Bruno.
Nice.
He did some illegal shit, like very
Ooh.
illegal,
Fair enough.
and almost caused the family bankruptcy.
Oof.
Shit.
Yeah. We don't talk about Bruno.
You know, I'm talking about Bruno.
Yeah, but my other brother Tyler is 10 years older than me, roughly. And we hated each other growing up. And all of a sudden, once I hit middle school, could actually like not act like a child and ask science questions. We bonded. And now we bully each other to the point where one of my tics is Tyler is a goose bitch, and it's what I say for affection now.
Nice.
For him, he is a goose bitch.
Hell yeah.
Tyler is goose bitch. And he hates that I do it, but not really.
Hates in a loving way.
He made me swear I wouldn't at least, like, he knows it's a tip, but he was like, you do not call me that on my wedding day. And I'm like, okay. I called him that in a card, so it wasn't public.
Nice.
Working around the rules.
Yup. Mm-hmm. His fiance, or sorry, his wife laughed. Got the wife's approval.
That's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, D&D.
Leo.
Yes, D&D.
Break me a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Everything.
It caught me like right at the end. I had my drink in my mouth and I was like, don't spit all over this computer.
Get rid of this just in case. Just in case.
Uh-oh.
Look at this one.
Sisters. No, not the cool map.
Hey, it's Goma!
Cool map is gone.
Oh no.
Now
Son
you're
of a biscuit.
all at me.
Oh, hey, you can actually delete those doodles.
Son of a biscuit indeed.
They're finally gone?
No, just those scribbles that
Oh.
Mickey did.
So we come back to where we left off. Sector 2, in complete disarray. Buildings caught on fire. Most life that you know of that was placed on here, nowhere to be seen. A lot of individuals tossed around the ground. Some Eden soldiers as well.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Dismembered and placed around the city through conflicts. You made your way to the front of the central building in Sector 2, in which you found a sight to behold of Leo being essentially pinned up to the wall of his courtyard. His individual soldiers or goons tossed around the stairs and around the courtyard itself.
Good. Any signs of, I guess, I don't know, Happy? Let's just be honest, it's probably Happy who did this.
Honestly, that you know of, there doesn't. So go ahead and make an investigation check to see what kind of struggle had happened here.
Yes, sir. 27.
Oh,
Really good.
nice.
Let's go.
You see a bunch of bullet holes in multiple areas around the entryway of this building. You see also dead Eden soldiers tossed around along with the other individuals here. You also see markings of what seems to be like a blade that had scratched the ground and the walls.
Mm.
In fact, multiple places in the walls, upper ends of the walls, lower ends of the walls, in quite impossible reaches.
Perhaps it's being swung around by a blade.
Perhaps it being swung around on some sort of chain.
Ah.
Oh, natural.
Oh my god, I said blade, not chain. Sorry. That's what I meant. Yippee! Our friend Impulse / Toru is probably here. Does it look like there are any survivors?
No.
Or is it just a okay, yeah.
No.
Great.
With this investigation roll, you can see that where Happy is, there was something
Happy?
left. Sorry, not Happy. Leo
Okay.
is. There was
Let's say
something-
We've all got happy on the brain.
there was something left on the wall next to him. In attempt to draw something with blood. With a bit more time, you can perhaps discern what it is. But it all depends on what your priorities are right now.
Stilla wants to get Raven to get the fuck out. That's the biggest goal. And any survivors, of course. What does everybody else want to do?
I'm not here. Just in reference, I'm still up by the window, so I have no input in what's happening right now. That's why I'm not talking. Just
Ike is also unconscious, so
Spis, what would you like to do?
Okay. Spis would probably want to go find Raven first.
Right, good to know we all agree.
Okay. You can be
those who can
conscious
speak.
again if you so choose, Owen. That was just because you weren't here.
yeah.
If you want.
If you wanna, you know.
Well, let's see.
plays the whole session unconscious.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Either
Is he dreaming?
Well, he's stuffed into a bag, so
What?
He is?
he's in your inventory.
Oh yeah.
He is in my inventory, but no, Castilla's carrying him.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
I just imagined the satchel and like Victor's head sticking out.
Like a toy
Oh, like
poodle.
that. Oh, like that Samoyed dog.
Imagine have like a bag of holding scenario where like it's like a really small purse, like effectively a wallet, and he just sticks his head out of it.
No, I'm imagining Victor in as a purse dog.
Like this dog here.
Oh my god.
He has to be big enough for a backpack to be on the New York subway.
I
would-
fucking love seeing those. Like, just
I
large
was-
dog and large backpack.
I was gonna ask, was Victor dreaming like a dog where, you know, he like scrunches his face up and like moves his arms?
I would say he would be like moving around a bit, but like in a normal person way. Like
If Castilla notices this, she is gonna like squeeze his arm a little bit in like a comforting manner. And then go back to
Yeah.
the scene at hand.
all right.
Alright, so where are you guys heading? Within the building, I'm assuming?
Let's get Raven and get out of here.
Yeah. Spis is gonna have her foil out at the ready.
Okay. You head your way towards the entryway that you were once shown before by Leo and his guards. Cersei, what are you doing?
Breaking that window. That's what I'm gonna do. The one that leads into, or at least I think is the kind of stained glassy pattern. That one. That window with the emblem one.
Stairway behind. If anything happens, she's safe. She'll only be put there in case of an emergency.
I'm breaking that window open into that room, where his throne is.
All right.
I'm gonna try.
Are you just eagle diving straight into the window?
I'm gonna try and see if I can weaken it or break it with the eagle multi-attack, and then if not, I will eagle dive into the window.
Go for it.
I have my card out. So multi-attack, the eagle can make 2 attacks, one with its beak and one with its talons. So there's a +5. This is fun. I've never done natural 1. And then a
Doing amazing.
11. God.
It's just a window. So the natural 1, embarrassingly, you kind of hit it with your beak and did not expect
All right.
pain.
In her head, she's like, "Oh, see, this is why I should have taken up Circle of the Moon."
But with your claw attacks, easy enough. It is just stained glass. You just break through it as it shatters. As that happens, you guys would have entered the room around the same time.
My eagle dive in. I'm massive as well.
I'm just imagining that, like, the reason that Cersei got, like, smacked face first into the window is because she's a bird and can't see it as clearly as if she wasn't.
I mean, they have keen sight apparently, so it should be so good at seeing shit.
She didn't realize
Yes,
where it
but,
was, so
like-
she couldn't put the actual force into it. She's like, oh, that's where it is.
Like birds are supposed to have keen eyesight, but do you also know how many times they've crashed into windows?
Very true. And I do like a cool barrel roll. Like no one saw me fail the first time, and then I land and I'm like, "Hi," in their heads because I'm still a bird.
The immediate imagery you get upon entering the room, besides the giant eagle breaking through the window, is the thrashed around mess this room is. The throne no longer in its place. Parts of the pillars that hold are placed there for decoration wise, smashed around. All the iconography ripped and burned.
It's nearly a purge.
Was everyone dead on the way up? Did you see anyone? Telepathically.
Oh, everyone looked very long gone.
If they're alive, they won't be for long.
I don't think any of us have enough capabilities to intervene.
Okay. If you don't think I can do anything, there's no point. You know how to get to Raven?
I think I do. The glass stairway that's supposed to be behind the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still intact?
It is. The doors are smashed open.
Oh no! Let's go. Castilla notices this, and without skipping a beat, is just not even saying anything. Taken off. She's towards the doors.
Are they big enough for my giant
Taking
eagle
off as
form?
in, like,
No,
taking off as in
unfortunately.
running,
Yes.
or
Okay.
No. Her mind immediately goes, "Oh no."
I'll stay here. I say in Spis's and Castilla's heads, I will say, I'll wait here. If you need anything, give me a shout. I'll keep an eye out. I'll be your quick exit. And then she ruffles her feathers.
Spis immediately follows Castilla.
as you get like as you get like halfway to the door or like wherever you're running, you just like if you would feel Vic to like jostle a bit more, just like and him just saying like, oh, all right, we're running, all right.
Oh, hi. Good morning, Victor. Sorry. Lots of stuff happening. We need to find Raven quick. You won the race.
Nice. Like you see him just like pause his head and just like sniff a bit, just just two sniffs is like going to assume wherever we are is not doing well.
Theo is as is most of Sector 2.
That would explain. Alright, makes sense. Let's keep going. Wherever it is.
Yes. Getting Raven. Let's find our girl.
Yeah, I believe in you all.
You run up this spiral staircase that leads into a singular room. The door is also no longer on its hinges.
Well, shit, folks.
You enter the room and it's thrashed around. It's a mess.
No Raven.
Not that you can see.
If somebody were hiding behind a door or something I couldn't be seen, could I still see their soul line?
If you were attempting to look for it,
Same thing if somebody was invisible?
that's a little more difficult. 'Cause it's
Okay, that's what I was
magically-
curious
Yeah.
about. Can Castill try and reach out to any soul lines that might...
It's a new day.
Oh, it is a new day. Great.
I will say, from your current perspective and where you're at, from just your initial eyes, without activating them, you don't really see anything.
Alright, I'm not gonna activate just yet then. Are there any clues, any damage left behind, like scraps of fabric? Is there obvious signs of a fight?
Make an investigation check.
Here we go.
Can Spis assist?
You can.
26.
That's
Before-
really good, though.
Yeah.
So, double roll then?
Go for it.
Okay, we'll take 26.
What is it?
Before Castilla would start her investigating, Victor would ask to be put down and for his bag.
Done and done. You are no longer in my inventory.
Yeah, Victor would take his things, go to a part of the room that has the least amount of stuff going on, cast minor illusion of just a box, like he did before the ball, and change in that 5-foot cube.
Mm-hmm.
So unless Castilla is able to see through illusions, then we won't have issues.
No, it's not part of her. I mean, she'll see your soul line there, but she doesn't see you.
Okay, cool. Not having a pearl situation. Gotcha.
Yes, Pearl, I cannot see you naked. Pearl can. Which means Toru could see you naked too, because that was Impulse, and since they're all, connected or some shit. Maybe.
Yeah, they at least minimum saw Victor in his underwear. So.
Oh,
Just gonna-
okay. Good for you.
Your investigation, Castilla.
Congrats to them.
You get signs of an immediate break into this room. The hinges are broken inward.
Yucky. Gross.
Things are thrashed around from what seems to be like a struggle, obviously. There are no signs of the blades, the blade indents or gashes around the room at all. It doesn't seem like any weaponry or gunfire has been placed within the room itself.
Okay. So it more so looks like a kidnapping then.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I don't like that word, but sure, thanks.
There is no window in this room.
Oy. This probably came out the way we came in.
And you do spot something with that 26. Underneath the bed, just slightly sticking out, is the edge of a book.
Is it our favorite guy, our skin book?
You pull it out.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You pull it out, and it's definitely the big old fleshy book, but it looks different.
Oh,
Ah.
it's different? Great. How's it looking?
Had a
chains
makeover.
are no longer attached to it.
Oh no!
The insignia in the front of it is gone, and
Yeah.
it is open as you lift it up with its pages revealed to anyone who sets their eyes on. They're all blank.
Uh-oh, sisters.
Hmm.
The flesh on the book no longer moves and doesn't feel warm to the touch.
Ooh. They killed our buddy.
Our book's dead, guys. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Issue number 2. I hold up the skinless, well, the lifeless skin book. Let's go with that.
Oh.
There are no signs of the orb anywhere.
That's what I was also worried about. Oh, wait, because they could have just fucking teleported out. Never mind. Son of a bitch.
Circe, as
Yes.
you're below these stairs in this room, in your little bird self, you hear a breaking of glass,
Here.
a footstep within the room.
Oh.
A bit of a
Do I
mess.
know? Oh. Do I know which direction the voice is coming from? Like, where would I need? Like, would she know? Like, where to?
Yeah, you would. Coming from the entryway through the courtyard. In a man in blackish attire, for a lack of a better term, and I do apologize when I say this, well, imagine black robes. The individual loves wearing black. Let's just say that.
Mhm.
No shirt
Wow.
underneath the trench coat that he wears.
Nobody wears shirts in this damn city.
Skin of a strange blue, gray, messy white hair,
Happy.
a halo above their head,
Oh boy.
black, very, very black, with a significant spike, a circle with spikes sticking around. That's the halo shape. And another halo that's embedded into their head. And that one is shining a bit brighter, more of a yellowish glow. Well, it's a bit of a mess in here, isn't it? I came to visit a friend, and it seems like someone beat me to it.
Does it seem like he's speaking to me, or does it seem like he's just speaking to the room? Because I know you said it was quite smoky in here.
Make a not perception. I apologize. What is it again? You're trying to read him.
Insight?
Insight. There you go. Brain not functioning.
Okay.
How dare.
How dare. Okay. Which dice should we go with? Pink or green?
Pink. Pink.
Okay. What's my insight? +5. Up 14. +5 is 19.
19. Not bad. But he's very hard to read. Who knows? He doesn't directly look at you, and when he says things, as he looks around,
Okay. I am massive as well. Okay. he's just vibing. He's just walking around, chatting to himself, seemingly.
He lifts up a little piece of what seems to be busted up chair. I gotta say, this place was a choice in aesthetic.
Come on, he's a dead guy. I sort of, God, bird form. I kind of lower birds don't have haunches, but like my shoulders where my wings are, I sort of try and lower my body to the ground to make myself sort of seem less obvious. Just silently thanking Sussy inside my own brain, being like, well, thank goodness I went for inconspicuous colors and I didn't turn into a giant red bird for once. Internally. I'm just trying to make myself seem not as massive as I am and hope that he either doesn't care enough or doesn't see me. For now.
If you're trying to hide, is not.
He does. I knew it! I knew he'd see me. He's a god, of course he would.
You're just so bright, it's not easy to ignore you.
He has a scorpion or whatever it is that allows me to.
He's a god. Okay. Fine. Yeah, then she'll sort of flap her wings, which, being as big as she is, it sort of like picks up some dust and moves some of the soot and smoke around.
Please, I've no interest in speaking to the avian variety. He snaps his fingers. And you're there fluttering in the sky.
This motherfucker just take away my wild suit? Oh?
Can I
Yeah,
ask?
Cersei, get him, get him.
She looks kind of scared. She's like, because no one has been able to do that before. That's not even a thing she knew was possible.
What activities? What happened here? I mean, clearly it was raided. Just. I don't recall this being. What would happen next?
I mean, your guess is as good as ours. I came here to look for someone. I'm guessing you came here for that exact same reason.
Yes, I did. And unfortunately, that someone is pinned to a wall.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Larry. He was such a good man.
Leo?
Right.
The man's
Leo.
dead. Like, give him a little bit of respect.
Your name was,
He's just waiting.
Harry?
Don't hurt yourself.
Rebecca.
I'm mildly offended, but I'm not even. Carry on.
I must apologize. I am terrible with names. The
Really?
years and such, everything kind of just meshes together. I'm just waiting for the rest of your friends to come down.
You said didn't come here by myself.
Who said? Well, clearly, I can see them. You are all just so bright. So much brighter than any other amalgamation of the mortal kind. It's like you guys say, look at me, I'm here. Ah.
What do you want?
What do I want?
What are we to you?
What are you to me? A lot of questions. For starters, I want a lot of things. I sometimes don't want anything at all. Right now, I really want a good ale, perhaps. Also, a moment to have spoken with Leo before he had left. To figure out what's going on inside of you. That's very interesting. I would like to know that. But nothing in particular.
While he's talking, how far away from that entrance that the guys went down am I?
You're right next to it.
I'm right next to it.
Yeah. And we turn back to Castilla and the rest of them in the room.
I'm just gonna say that Rem is on Victor's shoulders, as he first of all once he's done changing, and then as he slightly walks around the room and whatnot. Alright, I'm going to assume that this was where Raven was headed.
So she's supposed to be, yes.
Alright.
And the orb's gone. We have a normal skin book. I cannot believe I'm saying that. And I also don't see the thing they wanted us to get. So we are 4 for 4 of very bad times.
Spis is gonna step in the middle of the room and just kind of call out, Raven, you're not in the walls, are you?
No response.
Long
No
shot.
scrying orb. I can try and find her that way, maybe?
Wouldn't be a bad shout.
If any entity is gonna get mad, they can get mad at me as much as they'd like. Making sure friend's okay. I will take that 1,000 times if I need to. Still's gonna pull out scrying orb.
And I would like to see Raven, please.
Actually, scratch that. I want to see innocence.
You want to see innocence?
Yes.
Alright. You use the scrying orb, your vision turns dark. You get an image of innocence. Lying on a bed, unconscious. The bed is particular. It's made more naturally. The blankets and the cushioning of it seems to be a little more, how do I say this? Tribesman aesthetic. The room shows iconography around that's not very easily visible. And the walls seem to be made of almost like dried mud, but not really metal like some of the buildings in here. She's there unconscious, sleeping on the bed.
You said there's stuff that's not identifiable and there's like moss and stuff. Does it look like there's sand on the floor or anything? Like a lot of sand that maybe got tracked in?
Seems to be a little bit of sand on the floor.
The same color sand that's in the desert, perhaps?
Probably. Not too far off. And that's it. That's all you get. You get pulled back into your body.
Bill takes the deepest breath ever. She's alive and not with Valentis. That's the good news. She might be in the desert. It's this kind of like still does her best to relay what the place looked like
Mm-hmm.
as best she can, but she was unharmed, right? She just looked unconscious.
She just looked unconscious.
That's a good news. That's good for us.
Unconscious, surrounded by
Boss.
July Moss. She has fallen unconscious before from using too much of her magics. If I recall correctly, that might be in line with this. She might have.
Eve could have
gotten
also.
out
Eve also
What
could have
else?
come out to help.
She could have, yes. Perhaps she realized something was wrong and just said, let's get the hell out of Dodge. Either way, she's safe. And maybe she got out before all of this.
In fact, the moss being specified as part of the betting, Cersei might be able to track it with her locating plants spell.
Perhaps, but I think it works best if she has a sample to, touch, look at, smell.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long shot, but it may be natural to this sort of area. This desert might be able to find a sample outside.
Probably.
Outside. Still a long shot, but I can't tell you all we got other than that. But she's
take
in.
it
But
over.
the fact that we're able to see her tells us that she isn't even.
Right. That's the good part. She's alive. She's not. I'm gonna assume not with Valentis, because I assume they put her back in that machine, if anything.
I doubt that they would allow any part of their fortress or whatever they have to be anything resembling that dirty.
Right. That lived in.
We know there are buildings out in the desert.
There are.
She could
Didn't
be
you
in
say
one of
there
them.
was a village you needed to visit?
There's the canyon, and there's a village. There was, at least, at some point, a village not far. If there are buildings remaining there, that could be it. Or she's at.
That
The
might be our best.
The scrying may have been able to get through the barrier with the broken wall that sector 2 that the sector has. That maybe if she is outside of Eden, that is the most likely reason why we moved to see her.
Right.
And the natural bedding and the sand does lean to her being more outside inside the city limits.
Right.
Or in a building still here. One of the two.
Could simply be could simply be closer to the open wall.
Good news, I know what our soul line looks like, and it is pretty long, so if I'm looking out for it, there's a chance I'll be able to spot it if it is in here.
Alright. Okay. Give me one moment, and we should head back to. Give me one moment, and we should head back to Cersei.
Right.
And Victa is going to cast Detect Magic as an action, take it up, and going to roll a d6 for Arcanist Gauntlets. If I remember correctly, that is a success. Equal to or greater, yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah, Vic's casting first level Detect Magic.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that. You cast first level detect magic, and within the room, you don't really get any magical readings from nothing.
Oh, it's not magical!
Except the items on you, and not coming from that book.
Hold up. I was really attached to that.
We're still keeping it. It's going in Costella's inventory.
Weird
Keep
fleshy
up.
journal.
We can make our own Necronomicon.
Oh god.
Listen, that thing's already been enough trouble and has been following us, and it's been following us for a reason. Magical
Why
or
have
not,
we
it is
not-
ours.
Why have we not been calling it the Necronomicon? That's pretty
Because
much what it
it's
was.
funny to call it the skin book.
And
Fair enough. Alright. There's no traces of magic anywhere in here. Not even the book. Which is concerning for its own reason, but considering the fact that we can open it without dying, then we should not surprising. Just let's get back to Cersei.
Who's- He's definitely A-okay. And hasn't died in the time that you've been upstairs.
You
Don't say that.
head downstairs. I'm assuming next, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
As you head downstairs, you're greeted with a rather unique sight. Cersei flutters right next to the doorway, no longer in her bird form.
I assume I hear them coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
The second they're back within my 60-foot range, I catch one of their consciousness, whoever's in front. And I would be like, telepathically, I would just say, stop. Happy's here.
Oh, Castille's pulling out her blade.
He hasn't done anything yet. He wants to talk.
Yes,
then-
just talk.
I don't like it when people go in my head without asking.
Oh.
So I suggest you get some nicer manners, otherwise we're gonna have a problem.
I apologize. I can't turn that off. Omni-consciousness and all that.
What?
I'm sorry,
there's
can
some
you repeat what he said?
Omniconscious.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's like omnipresent, or like just being
Yeah.
able, from my understanding,
Constantly connected.
just able to detect any consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
just knowing all consciousness around him.
He's basically got detect thoughts up at all times.
Oh, so
essentially.
he's like, I hate to bring Harry Potter into this, but Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, there's the sister who's constantly... Okay. Don't mind me.
Yeah.
So I suggest, if you can't turn it off, You maybe keep it to yourself.
All right, I'll pretend like I don't know what you're saying.
Has Victor been informed of the feelings towards Happy? Because I don't remember, like, outside of, like, rants, Happy, like, outside of, like, Castilla's rants or whatever, Happy being, like, described as evil or whatever.
We did when Castilla had a vision, and then Cersei had a thing, and then was able to like mimic Happy's voice or tone of voice enough that Castilla was able to make the connection that Happy was the one talking to Leo about wanting Raven to say that phrase to Raven.
Okay, good enough.
So we know that he's not that he's evil necessarily, but that he's not.
He's definitely involved.
He's not the cute homeless guy we thought he was. Basically.
Yeah. Alright.
It's just sitting in a pile of rubble, just kicking around the rock.
I turn my head now to everyone who's sort of coming out of that doorway. And I whisper instead, even though it makes no difference. I still whisper it. He turned me back. I didn't choose to look like this. He made me. We need to be careful. There's no magic. Like, it's not even a magical spell. It's not even a function. Like, to spell magic, that wouldn't turn me back. It's not. He's something else.
Is he like nonchalant, or is he just like smiling, or just like?
He's just chilling. He's more intrigued with the rubble underneath his feet currently.
He's having a great time. He said he came to talk to Leo.
What are we supposed to? And still saying this out loud. Are we supposed to get like teacups or something and just chat?
Honestly, with the way he's acting, I think that's what he would prefer.
Mm-hmm.
But, and kind of not knowing how to express it, because in her mind, all she's thinking is, okay, well, I would normally just think it, but now I can't think it because he can hear me. There's something I don't trust. He just, all of this chaos, and he walked in like it was nothing. I don't think he did it, but...
What do you want?
Are you downstairs? She was messaging you through the mind.
Oh, sorry.
The bottom floor.
Well, Castilla's like gonna mumble to herself. What the fuck does he want?
I thought we came down the stairs and Cersei was whispering to us.
Yeah,
I
the second half.
said that, but then Cersei said before they reach the bottom.
bottom.
Floor.
Okay, so we're like kind of just right at there.
Yeah.
Well, Castilla's mumbling to herself. What the fuck?
I mean, he wants to talk. So, if we all feel comfortable talking to him, but I think we need a quick way out.
If he was able to turn Cersei back, I think he could easily force us to stay. Meaning we might as well.
And we just kill him.
If necessary, I can do something. I can work on something resembling a way out of here.
At the term, we might as well just kill him. You hear a chuckle.
Ah. I changed
Yeah.
fuck for Feywild swear word. Insert Feywild swear word here.
Schmebulok.
Yeah. Schmebulok off. Classic. I love the reference. You don't know anything about us. you don't even know my name, first of all, which is the first thing that I feel like you should know about a person before you judge their ability to kill you.
The first correct thing you've said. I do not know anything about you. That's what makes you all so interesting.
I'm not delusional enough to think that somebody who wanders into this room completely nonchalant with two seemingly angelic halos around their heads, and I think that I can take you on. But I will certainly try if you try anything.
Technically, one of them is stuck into my forehead, but yes. No, by all means, throw it all at me. If it is possible, then I welcome it.
Another guy who wants to die.
We've heard that before. Fine. And then telepathically up the staircase again. He's making fun of me and I hate it, but I think carefully we should talk.
Insult his outfit.
You look ugly. She says that loud enough that Castilla can hear it.
Atta girl!
Straight to the physical appearances, huh?
He heard that all mentally anyway. Like, telling me he's ugly. Okay, you look ugly.
Listen, how you call somebody ugly and their response tells you a lot about a person.
He seemed pretty confident.
Okay, at what point are we just gonna like finally like quit like?
I mean, I've
quicking our
told you you
pace
can come
the
down.
Stairs, like...
I told you you can come downstairs. If you want to come
Yeah,
downstairs,
you can come downstairs whenever you want. I'm waiting for you guys to reach the floor.
you've been given the safety.
Currently, I'm assuming that Castilla's in front.
And looking
So-
very mad.
Nice.
You reached the floor. You're there now. The initial first, you see Cersei fluttering there, and then the estranged man sitting on rubble in the corner on the other side of the room.
You know, as one does.
Welcome. Please, by all means. Someone mentioned tea.
Nobody mentioned it. Somebody thought it.
Like I said, it's all mixed in. I can't tell the difference between thoughts and speaking anymore. Proper introductions. You can start.
Oh no, you.
Ah. You know me as happy. I technically am not. That's not incorrect. I am quite happy 90% of the time. That is the name I choose to give you. Was there more? Did I need to say more?
No. Usually, when someone says that's the name I choose to give you, it usually invokes some thought of why.
Well, I would say I technically don't have a name. I've been called many things. I
Nice.
was never given a name by birth. And so I have no name.
It's still in her head, just silently thinks, how about motherfucker? Bastard. Just a string of curse word names in her
Listing
head.
them off.
So much animosity when we don't fully know each other. If you think that I have any involvement with what happened to Leo today, then you are solely incorrect. This was not the path that I saw Leo walking. Besides, he'd already done his job. I no longer needed to hinder him on a deal. His end of the bargain was paid. I just came to pay my end of the bargain.
Which was?
A way in. He wanted a way into Eden Tower without being detected along with his troops. That way he can cause as much chaos as he wants and perhaps get his revenge.
And that's what you were going to come to do?
Yes.
What was your end of the deal? What were you going to get out of this?
What I wanted him to do. He, one way or another, allowed innocence to hear their one phrase. Of course, I knew Leo was too good of a man to tell her himself, so I did the next best thing and implanted it into his head so that your little friend can read it.
You son of a bitch.
Bitch.
We played right into his hands. Of course we did. Of course we did. Of course we did.
Spis just kind of nods along, like, yeah, that's kind of smart.
Villa is not saying anything.
Bet you're feeling real smug about that one.
Not really.
What was the point of that anyways? Like, making her scream? Or whatever? What was the point of it?
That has its purpose. But if you want a general explanation, Innocence's memories were being suppressed. And that didn't feel fair. One little term was the key to unlock her memories. And so I did.
How do you know her?
How do I know Innocence?
Yeah.
How do I know Innocence? I'm not 100% sure.
I hate and love this man now. My God. Anyways.
I've met
You
Innocence a multitude of times, really. Before she was called Innocence. I've met her after she was called Innocence. I've met her. Well, I guess technically I've not met Raven yet. Yeah.
You don't know when you first met her?
Time is irrelevant. It's strange. I
At least
can't
that's one
directly
thing we can agree on.
pinpoint when I first met her. Besides, when I first met her, time wasn't really measured the way it is here.
He's old.
Oh, I am much older than you can ever think.
Older than those who came here from, the Asclepians, like.
Ha! Asclepians. Foolish, individual humans who thought that they can conquer the gods and rewrite fabrics of magic and waste the talents that I gifted them.
Oh. Fear.
You asked me who I was.
Gifted them?
Yes. You asked me who I was, and you never gave me a proper introduction, and technically I have not either. I am primordial chaos.
Oh, great.
He bows. It's a pleasure to meet you. Honestly, it is. While I do not know your names individually, you're kind of an amalgamation to me. Most mortals are. But you all stick out. So bright.
You're talking about our soul lines, aren't you?
I guess. Not really. I'm speaking about something else that's in sound. It has nothing to do with your soul lines. As a matter of fact, these little things known as the soul line should not have existed to begin with. There need to have been a start, for there to have been a now, and for there to be an end.
Start for there to be a now and then an. I mean,
I
I know I wasn't technically born, if that's anything. I can't speak for them if that means that start.
None of you were.
What?
None of you were ever born. Were ever supposed to be. In any fathomable reality or existence. In fact, in the nexus of it all, you were all meant to never exist. None of you. A clutch of eggs, rotten, no longer necessary by their tribal kinds. An unborn child, unfortunate as may be, leads the family to their actions. I don't remember your family ever having twins. As he goes next to you, Spis, in a matter of seconds, he appears on your side. That's new. And you, little, the one that was a bird.
Rebecca.
Rebecca! She's just glaring at him.
There were no natural-born children for Anastasia. She can't have kids. And yet you're here. All of you are. Why? I don't know. But it's interesting. I can take 2 guesses.
Is
Now,
he gonna
please.
take those guesses?
I would like an introduction, if you so choose. You don't have to. But that does determine what the rest of this conversation is going to be. I'm not here to harm any of you. You are much too entertaining.
That's a good thing.
Still a Charlotte of Snickheist.
A nothing name. It is strange, isn't it?
That's harsh.
No, it's a nice name. I don't mean it in a negative way. I quite mean it literally. Who else?
Spis is gonna make direct eye contact. Spicitus. No family name anymore.
All right.
Victa. And he sort of does like, and Victa does a sort of hands brought out from his sides, like, what you gonna do, sort of way.
What you gonna do about it, man?
His name is Victa. The hell you gonna get from that?
Fight me, bro.
And Rebecca, what is your actual name?
I'm not playing this game.
There is no game. If there was a game, I would be enjoying myself, rolling some dice, and having a pint.
Roll credits.
Fourth
There
wall
is
break.
no game.
She flutters a little closer. How far away from us is he?
He's in front of you guys now. He did a little walk as he was
Oh yeah,
talking.
because he's next to.
Oh,
Yeah.
He
shimmy.
was
Sorry,
next
that was
to
my bad.
Spis. He was next to Spis, but he did a little walk as he continued talking. He is now in front of all of you.
I will flutter up. So we're sort of like. I'm trying to think of the distance actually. It's kind of like maybe like a foot in between us ish, like eye level with him. And she will sort of, in the best way that she can, sort of like some vines sort of grow out of her hand into the shape of a little dice, like a little 6-sided dice, because she's not that creative. I can't do a 20-sided die. That's difficult. That's advanced druids. And she drops it on the floor. I'm not playing your game. And she flies past him, back out toward the exit.
Rebecca, it is.
You can call me whatever you want. And she keeps going.
Would you like to know where your friend is?
It would be appreciated.
Would you want something in return? That is the question.
Perhaps just the how do I say this? Proper manners.
What do you want?
What are your plans? Really, why are you here?
Cooperation with the one that hired us and brought us out here to stop the siphoning of Aether from the realms from Eden by Eden. That is the reason we are here.
Aether from the realms. And that's benefits you.
It benefits us in the fact that we are safe. And it benefits us in the fact that we live here.
Technically, not all of you do.
Well,
People
it,
still
well,
do.
it is where we are currently staying. So, I'd rather prefer stop my home from burning from the inside out, other than trying to move.
Oh, we would have been fine regardless. It is the nature of realms to just tumble down and recreate, and start new life. And therefore, end up.
Just because a branch is withering does not mean the entire tree is gone.
Correct. It's just been a pleasure, that's all, to meet you. I truly was just here for Leo, and I got a little more than I expected. I don't know what to make of any of you. So for now, you are not an issue.
I hate to say it, but you're contradicting yourself.
In what manner?
You've been interested in us for a while, considering you said some things about wanting us to stir up the pot, cause some chaos, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
So, you're contradicting yourself then.
No, you're not a problem. For you to be a problem, you would have to be in my way. And you're not. And you did stir the pot. You did. In fact, your very existence stirs the pot. every little thing you do, any little thing you do, changes a lot. As a matter of fact, if we're going to speak about things we've done and such animosity we have towards each other, and he turns towards Cersei.
I'm still heading toward the door. I've been listening, but there's just something about him that she can't read him. She doesn't want to engage anymore.
I want you to ask yourselves, are you currently with the family you were with when you were younger? Is this the same family you've always had? Are the friends around you, not immediate, but the ones outside, have they always been the same? At some point, someone decided to touch something they weren't supposed to. Time kind of skipped for a second. You don't understand how much that did. He turns to Victor as well. To be fair, what you found shouldn't have been there to begin with. I don't like when people touch my things.
Yes.
And now, as he snaps his finger again and holds his hand out like he's holding something, a book apparates.
My son.
Come on, we just got it back, man.
And now,
We do not want that thing.
and now it's empty. Gone. Worthless. You're sane, right? You saw this thing. It was unnatural, otherworldly. What could have done this to this? I'll let you know.
I have a glimmer of an idea, but you could, if you could.
All right, magician. Tell me. What do you think?
Could have possibly been the one that you call innocence. That ability to so far drain the aether of an area could have negatively affected the book.
You're not incorrect. But technically, you are not right either. You're looking in the right direction. Innocence herself didn't do it. But perhaps one of our other halves.
We'll
Or
see then.
fits. This book was my mind.
Oh,
Sucks to be him.
well, shit, mate.
And we just had
Yes, I
that.
know. I am mindless. It is concerning. But that's not the issue. I can go without a mind. I'll just be able to back up. There's a lot of information within this book. Forbidden. Should not be known by any mortal kind. Things you're able to do that rewrites the fabrics.
Why did you make that then? If it has that sort of power, why would you allow that to exist if it's your mind?
Let me give you a short lesson on primordials. existences. When an existences come to be birthed, they do not have the choices of what is created amongst their birth. Just because I exist, things attached to me end up so strong that they gain their own presence, become materialized items within the realms. For me, it was my mind. For others, it's something else. I didn't have the choice. I hid it. I'm not gonna lug that book with me everywhere I go either. But someone decided to enter my realm and took it upon from where it belonged. And then since that day, it just swung around.
Like to swing around us.
Yes, it was very attached to you.
I don't like
You
that.
could almost say it had a mind of its own.
It makes it sound cute.
Oh, it's just a little puppy dog following you guys. Aww.
Yeah, it's really attached to you guys.
Don't mind how withered and decrepit it is. Don't listen to its secrets either.
Really
Just a
They're
crusty eyed
rotting.
dog.
concerns me how those, at least some of those Ayin sisters, wanted that book now.
Of course they do. The Aeens are old, but they're not as old as I am. And some things within history, in the realms of magic, are so ancient and so forbidden that they get left behind. But of course, I can't alter the things I know. Well, technically, I can. They seem to want to do something very specific. I know.
They want it. You know what it is, of course. They want a golden rod. They want the book, which I think we can assume. And they want a meteor.
You can probably write the rod and the meteor out. It feels like they wanted it at some point. Actually, technically, they didn't want it.
Whoever their, I guess, the god thing that they're a part of?
Oh, God. God.
Oh, you don't like that. Okay.
Don't offend him, Priscilla.
Gods are born from mortal kind that ascend. I am an existence. I'm different. I'm old. I'm
Yeah, right, buddy.
alive before there were even souls to begin with.
Why this form then? Why look mortal? Why enjoy a pint like a mortal then if it's.
Because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we know how we
I'll
can
give it
convince
that.
him not to end the world. We're fun. We're
show 'em a
funny.
TV program.
No, all we need to do is show him the tiki bar, a cheesy tiki bar in Florida. There you go.
I am
Do you
here
think we?
for a reason. And I do not know what that reason is yet. But I don't operate unless there's a necessity for me. And I'll figure it out. But it does not seem like you guys want my presence here. I will give you my end of the bargain. The information that you seek. At the very last breath of his was being given to you by Leo. It should be next to him. I am hoping that our paths are next to each other and that they do not hinder each other.
Are you bound by fate?
I'm not. I cannot be bound by fate. It wouldn't even matter. Fate is absent. But neither are you.
Would you like to change your fate? I can't do the accent, but
Injury. Would you?
thank you, Abby.
Good luck. I hope you find your friend. I've done what I needed. She is no longer necessary.
Ew.
And I only wish the best for her.
Sir, what the fuck is wrong with you? That is and Emily's brain.
And then he's gone. In a blink, there's nothing there.
When he
So I'm not the only.
Oh.
So I'm not the only one that thinks he was a bit up his own ass, I should say.
I want to stab that man.
I don't know. I kind of liked him.
Let's go get Raven. We can deal with that in a minute. I gestured to where Happy was standing. Later.
All right, and as you head towards the courtyard, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. What?
Before we fully leave, Sassy, could you shrink the chest quickly? Just get it in the bag of holding, so we don't have to luggage around everywhere.
Cersei's gone. She left. She was not entertaining him. The second, basically after she said, I'm not playing your game, she was leaving, and then I assume the conversation seemed to last long enough, so I assume she would have been out of the door by that point.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah.
Well, then in that case, Victor would ask Spis to carry the chest out.
Spis is just picking it up, carrying it again.
And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean,
I love him.
There was just something about him that really tweaked my Cersei brain, and Cersei was like, I'm not listening to him anymore, and she just had to leave, otherwise she was gonna attack him.
Kill.
And I was like,
Kill.
what seems better, leave or kill, and then probably die? And I was like, just leave, it's fine.
Of course we encounter an ancient evil start as a fucking homeless man on the side of the road.
I gave him my goddamn dried fruit and bacon. He owes me. He owes me. God Primordial owes me. Jesus Christ.
Did you still tell him her name? Did she
She did. Oh, no. She is a fake name. She's a fake name.
Didn't even remember your fake name.
I know. The disrespect.
How rude.
God.
Oh, God.
Permission to kill.
There's just something about him.
I will admit, I enjoyed him as Emily.
Yeah, for sure. As Abby, I was having a great time.
But,
that's why I was dropping memes everywhere.
But also, Jesus Christ. So, this is now the second campaign I've played in, where apparently our families aren't really our own, and the character wasn't supposed to be born.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially time loop situation going on. So if I had 2 nickels...
Did anyone else see my rant about us not supposed to be alive? Because I knew it. I called it. I was like, look, we weren't supposed to exist, and I don't know how Victor and Alma fall into it, but we weren't supposed to exist.
So Spis wasn't supposed to be a twin. Cirrus was supposed to be a twin. Cersei was not supposed to be
born.
Conceived.
Yeah.
Castilla obviously stillborn. Probably was a stillborn at least in every timeline, so therefore didn't really need the soul. Victor, I'm gonna assume
he said something about a rotten egg clutch.
Yeah, I wonder.
Rotten clutch of eggs. I mean,
yeah.
I also would not have been surprised if he said that Victor was like supposed to die along the road or whatever. 'Cause,
Oh,
But we weren't
mean-
supposed to be born
Well,
to begin with.
yeah,
so
it's specifically the like if there's no start, then how can there be an end or middle?
yeah, fair enough.
So something all happened that sort of pulled. Well, we know what Castilla's is.
Right.
It's Anastasia. She plucked your little.
Yeah.
She plucked your soul.
But even then, that doesn't mean Anastasia was like, because that means then we have at least two confirmed Anastasias, which is Cersei and Castilla, because she would have intervened. But that doesn't make sense for the other three.
I honestly,
Like,
Is there
I
any
get-
like for Spis and twins? Is there any sort of like, I don't know, like family? I can't think of the word, but like not tradition, but like a people say that this is you have twins every fourth generation or something like that. Is there anything like that for Spis for twins, or is that
Yeah.
is that not something that...
No, Spis's whole family. The reason Spis is so fucked up is because her family received like a blessing, ages and ages ago, that like matching twins, like identical twins, would be blessed. They would become greater than the average person. And as far as Spis knows, there has never been a set of, and so her family has lots of twins. And as far as Spis knows, she is the first twin to be born not identically.
fraternal.
Yeah.
So
The second God, somebody pulled some strings.
somebody bless. Who could it be?
Yeah, so the fact that Spis's family didn't have twins before or something. What was it? Oh my god. Completely lost it.
I'm so curious right now. I'm gonna assume something like Alma's probably has to do something about Eden. Like maybe Alma wasn't ever supposed to live in Eden. Or I guess leave?
So far
I don't know.
So far, the best thing we got is like the curse that Alma definitely does not have,
Uh-huh,
and
totally.
and that like being like possibly passed on to her,
Yeah.
because Alma's current job is not the one that easily gets cursed.
Yeah. I will say this kind of does like line up with the one shot that we had like with Calliope and all that, where they were stumbling upon, all that, and they saw the statues of Castilla's family ex Castilla.
In a universe where Castilla was never meant to exist.
Mm-hmm.
What
Or
the
basically the normal.
The original
Yeah, I guess-
timeline.
Yeah, this timeline is the outlier then.
Yeah.
in
Which
a
makes sense because of what Anastasia said about us, like her getting thrown here. This wasn't, you know.
Hmm.
And then, sorry, I'm trying to like think and put thoughts together. Kind of like,
It's so many.
it's not lining up. That's my
That's-
thing. Things aren't
so
lining
much.
up. It's interesting that Happy doesn't like gods. Like really got upset about that.
They got very offended when you mentioned a god.
How dare you? That's an offensive term. No.
Well, to be fair, from how he described it, it seemed like comparing somebody with a doctorate to somebody with a high school degree. You know?
Yeah, and he's the one with the high school degree.
He seemed very much like, I'm better than them kind of thing. Like, they were gifted their power. I was born with mine. That's kind of what it felt. Or born in air quotes, because,
Yeah,
wasn't
good old
born.
nepotism.
He seemed to be like one of the first beings ever.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think
I
I
assume
makes sense.
it's basically like the Greek mythology version of like primordial chaos was the first thing, and then came Gaia and Tartarus, the primordials basically.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the things after him can kind of, aren't as
So
important as him. So him being classified as the same tier as them probably kind of pisses. I feel like pisses him off a bit. Like since like people like honoring people that would look to him would view him as a god, despite him being the kind of thing that would say, "Oh, do you know how much power I'd have to give up to to be just a god?"
How
You know, because
much
like he is a
coolness
he's a
I'd lose.
like he is a like the way he does it, he is a pretentious bitch.
I
Like
I
that's
hate this man, but I love him.
They're the best kinds of antagonists, the ones that you hate but you
He's a
love.
silly goose.
I love how much he loved the book. I was like, before he was like, yeah, all my memories in that book. I genuinely, in my head, I was like, oh, it's like it's his dog. He's like, oh, my dog's died. That's really sad. And then he was like, oh wait, no, it's my mind. And I was like, oh, okay, never
I
mind.
question how he would be with his mind now.
I kind of get like Mad Hatter vibes, like where
Mhm.
like he's kind of sometimes all there, and then sometimes he kind of goes off on a tangent. That's kind of the vibe I was getting, was
So
that
he's
he was not
ADHD.
eh,
Yeah, we got it. Give that
I mean
man his Adderall.
happy
I
ADHD.
wouldn't think so,
Confirmed.
because like considering the fact that like he seems like currently the way like how he was talking to us here and compared to like how he was talking to us on the street, like and as on top as well as like all the other times that we've seen or heard him, like I don't think it would like I don't think he would be like negatively impacted by it entirely because he said he could just rewind or whatever
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
not like negatively impacted. Like you know
Right.
how like the Mad Hatter is sort of like he
Yeah,
acts
but
kind of all happy and happy. He acts all sort of like nonchalant and all cheery all the time, and then like gets serious. Like in the new
he did
movies, not like the
say
animated one.
he did say that he was happy 90% of the time. So there is that 10%.
It's like that's like the new like live action Mad Hatter vibes when he gets a Scottish accent for some reason.
I kind of got the vibe from the book as that it was more like his memories and some like memories and stuff.
Maybe.
More like
Like
a photo album.
he can
Aww.
he can like
Babies first. Deity.
Babies first
yeah.
cursing.
Yippee.
Because when you start to live that long, I I mean, my guess it would be eventually the beginnings and stuff would start to fade, and so the older stuff went into the book.
I mean,
This might be the
may,
debate of like, immortality is a curse because he kind of
Like,
hinted about dying.
yeah, he doesn't
maybe
like being alive.
Yippee.
maybe, but I mean, he did say that like in his short lesson on primals that like when an existence is birthed, they don't have a choice in what is created along with them. So that gave the impression that the book was created with him, though what the contents were, if there were any, at its moment of creation, that's not given. But he didn't say anything on that. But
Right.
I don't.
If
I
he's
get.
like chaos, would he also maybe have something to do with the warp?
I would assume.
Yeah, I'd assume so probably. Like considering. Hmm.
He
If
might have formed that when he was born.
do you think his realm
He,
is pandemonium?
huh?
Maybe.
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised.
He heavily hinted that Pearl was like, was your friend the same after touching that thing?
Yeah.
And Pearl was, Pearl as a butterfly, but then became human and touched the book, I believe, right? Like to get Issa.
I think so.
Yeah, she helped. Issa with the book. I'm not entirely sure if she touched the book or Issa.
Don't
though.
remember. I know one of them touched it and then she relieved it. That's what I remember distinctly.
We're going back. It's very, very far back. The book. Um, um,
I can assist with the confusion if you would like.
Yes, please.
He specifically looked at Cersei and Victa for a reason.
Uh-oh, you two did something.
we found the book in the prison.
Congrats! You did this whole mess.
Good job.
This is your fault.
That wasn't our fault. Did we get the book, Victor? That wasn't us. That was what's her face? Lucina. We'll blame her.
No idea who that
Lucina
is.
did it.
Blame her.
It was Lucina's fault, not us. Canonically.
In a brief description, back in that moment, when the book was grabbed and you guys left the prison, everything had seemed like the night before had not happened.
Happened. Oh,
Oh my god!
time! Victor, we found time!
Oh, it's a little more complicated than just rewinding time.
Jesse realizing we're finally getting the bits and pieces he wanted to info dump about Lloyd Lawyer.
Touch the book and shit goes wrong. That's always what happens.
Guys, we love the book, don't we? Oh my
I do
God.
love the book. It's my best friend.
Okay. So I don't think we jumped time. I think we might have jumped timelines.
God, what if?
What, we just popped into the wrong... No, because if we jumped timelines, that would have to mean that Spis, Castilla, and Alma jumped timelines. Or they were never meant to exist in the timeline we jumped to. Because we were the only ones that had the book at that point.
Yeah, but like, I'm just saying that because like, just jumping time would not make sense considering that, like, just jumping time would like, considering how much influence we had on like investigating the sewers or whatever, the rat tsunami would still have happened.
The rat tsunami. One of the most iconic moments, honestly.
We could say that out of all the individuals currently in your group, 2 people do not belong here.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Well, uh-oh.
Sassy Victor high five. Woo! Wrong timeline.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Not
Oh,
surprised,
boy.
honestly.
So I don't exist in this timeline? How terrifying. That's not
Or
great.
there is a Cersei Invicta that exists in this timeline, but not.
No,
You
know,
there's
the
no
same way.
Cersei Invicta in any timeline.
Oh,
Nice.
well, there are now.
What up, bitch? We're here now.
We belong here, motherfucker.
Uh-oh, sisters.
So okay, so is this like a scenario is this a scenario where we just where there was
Also be right
nothing,
back.
where for like for Cersei and Victa specifically, there was nothing, and then in this universe for some reason we existed, or is it where this Cersei and this Victa touching the book fucked up all the other timelines?
I want to tell you, I really do, but without giving away the main thing that is at the heart of this entire campaign, I would not be. It just takes one name for me to.
I mean,
How is
we must have, because we've met Cersei's parents. So at the very least, Cersei has fucked something up to have brought her parents to where she is, who also technically would not exist in this universe if she wasn't already here. Unless that's not Cersei's parents, and this has all been a lie.
Unless.
I mean, to be fair, like I will say, to be fair, technically, those are Cersei's adopted parents.
Yes, but she knows them to be her parents. But if Cersei doesn't exist in this universe, technically, no version of any parent would exist. So she must have dragged something to this universe.
Or by coming over here, magics or whatever fucked with the things that were already here to make room for you.
filled in the gaps.
Yeah, like you didn't
It's
have
like, this
parents.
is your
you
mum now.
It's like you don't have an existence. You don't have parents. We'll make room for you. We'll just shove you in somewhere.
Yes,
We'll give
yes,
you two
but
sets of
what?
parents.
But that is under the assumption of something happened before the book for Cersei and Victa, who up to that point did not exist to exist. Which I'm getting the idea that Cersei and Victa interacting with the book in the way that they did fucked with every other timeline.
Alright, guys, we ruined your lives. 0 out of 10.
None of this can be explained at all.
Would not recommend.
At least not now. But yeah,
Not yet.
It's funny because there are right ideas there.
I love how this campaign was like. I love how like at the start this campaign was meant to be demon hunting. Now we're talking about now we're talking about this.
Timeline hopping.
What?
False
Timeline?
existence.
This is also
Okay, I'm
the
back.
4th time, I think, now that Cersei has had to reevaluate her relationship with her family.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not.
I mean,
One more time.
Spis is currently repressing a whole bout of information, knowing that if things had gone correctly, they wouldn't have been born, ergo, wouldn't have fucked up their siblings' life, and nothing would have been wrong.
No!
Everyone would have been happy. But instead,
Spis
Spis was brought into existence. For some reason.
God damn it, you're gonna be loved.
Oh, God. Be more self-repression.
This is currently in a thing of none of my life had to have had to happen.
My life has no meaning. Oh, God.
There was no reason it wasn't supposed to happen.
Like, the pain was for absolutely no reason whatsoever. No, thank you.
This was to deal with that information.
God.
This whole party's gonna be a bit fucked up after this, aren't they?
Woo!
Yippee, folks!
Everybody's winning.
I love how Victa is like the one person who like has like his difficulties with or like his trauma is like just completely different to everyone else's because like all like you three are all dealing with like your biological / adopted families and like your relations with them. Meanwhile, Victa here is just trying to deal with the amounts of families that he's adopted himself into, and all of them fucking breaking.
Everyone else has trauma from before getting the group getting together, and all of Victa's is from after. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And poor Alma, what the fuck's up with her?
Who knows?
How are we even going to describe this to her?
Yes.
Look, we in-universe show Alma the recording that Vel / Emily is doing.
Both.
Hey,
Yeah. Are we both?
I am.
I've been recording.
Nice.
Even
Alright.
better.
We got 2 recordings. It's on the books
Let's
twice.
go.
We pick back up. Cersei is now currently in the courtyard as the rest of you rejoin her. It is eerily quiet. Yeah.
Victa calls out to Cersei and gestures to bring her over.
Cersei is looking up at Leo. Sort of just, you know, when someone's sort of like, they're there, but they're not there. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
He's sort of just staring. And kind of that sound of like static is just kind of filling her ears as she's looking at him. So she can't really hear anything.
The man you look at right now has no life to him. His face shows signs of acceptance and content, but regret. As he hangs from his own weapon,
Victa like sort of like looks to Spis and just like, perhaps this isn't the best time for that. You could just put the chest down.
Yeah.
If you
Spitz just puts it like right at her feet.
Victa walks over to Cersei. And Victa just walks over to Cersei and just stands by her.
Sorry. I couldn't listen to him anymore.
You are quite alright in that regard. Yeah. But we still have things to attend to. Could you carry me up there? I'm the words that man mentioned that were by Leo. I may be able to make.
Yeah, sure. And then I hook my arms like underneath Victor's armpits, and I'll kind of flutter us, like kick off and flutter us up enough that we can sort of get to wherever the writing is.
Yeah, and before like Cersei like fully like starts flying, Victor would pull out the immovable rod.
Mm-hmm.
And when Cersei flies him up to Leo and the writing, Victor would activate it like so it's just horizontal and
Mm-hmm.
and like just try and just place me on it so I can get to footing.
Okay.
And okay, how legible the writing? Is it legible at all?
There's no writing. Just two images.
Ah.
Two images made in now dried blood on the wall. Make a investigation check. Why not? Let's do that.
Can I guidance him?
You
Because
can
I'm up
guidance
there.
him. Yes, you can.
Guidance. You get a D4.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Dirty 20. Two images. Not too difficult to ascertain what they are, but without proper insight of things, could look like something else since they were drawn in a hurry at the ends of someone's breath. One of them is the axe itself, painted onto the wall. And the other is what looks like to be a windmill.
Let's go! We called it in chat. The Ganassi place.
Okay, with the axe being called out. Okay, Victor's going to inspect the axe, see if there's any like markings or anything on it.
Okay. You want to re-roll, or you can use the same one. It's enough.
Okay.
With that investigation check, the axe is very crudely made, but by design. It's got a very tribal aesthetic to it. There are runes on the axe blades themselves. This double-edged axe. The handle itself is made of bone and wrapped around with leathers. It's got arcane runes on it. There's nothing particularly about the axe other than the fact that you can tell that this is a magical item for sure.
Okay. Could Victor try and like with an Arcana check, try and like decipher the runes, or at the very least get a like what sort of enchantment they would give.
All right, go for it.
21.
21. Here we play Jesse's trying to figure out what Arcana it would be.
It could just be some like it could just like be a description of like returning weapon, like throws the axe, it comes back, or like it deals extra damage, like something simple as that. Not like it doesn't have, you don't have to go into like the school of magic or whatever.
What it does is definitely combat based and into magic. It. I have a plethora of weapons, and to look for the very specific one, sometimes you would think I would have them prepared, but I do not.
Of course not.
I ain't judging.
Yeah. It seems to be something that would activate upon. Oh, okay. I mean, guess this would kind of. There are signs of singeing around the axe head itself, from what seems to be like some sort of flame, which is to you as a magical user would know that no normal flame would be able to damage a weapon like this. It would be through arcane means.
And I assume Victor gets the impression of like the runes on the axe would could have caused it or whatever, something similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The axe is magical. The symbol, and it's depicted in one of the images. The same with a windmill.
Actually, I was entirely incorrect, but keep going.
If you want to correct me, then go. If you want to correct me, then go right ahead.
It is not flame. It is actually the opposite. From within the axe itself, you can smell hints of salt.
Ew.
Salt.
Briny. It's a very briny smell to it.
Oh, does he want us to bring the axe to the windmill?
Perhaps. Oh, not there.
Perhaps. It seems. I mean, the axe is clearly tribalistic in its design. It may be a gift. Because
Did we? I don't know if anyone is gonna remember, but so I think it was Spis that saw Leo, or what looked like Leo, at the windmill. Was that Spis?
That was Castella.
Okay, because did Castilla tell us that?
Yes, she did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It saves me going through all my notes to see if I know that or not. I mean, and then sort of not yelling because she doesn't. Although she saw a ton of dead people on the way here, she's kind of still a bit paranoid that there might be dangerous people around. She sort of speaks down to where Castilla and Spis are, which I assume isn't too far away. Castilla, the windmill, that was something you saw with Leo, right?
Yes. He had run there, I think.
well, that Victor also like talks down, like well, the two things that Leo seemingly drew were his axe and a windmill. So, but
At the very least, Happy indicated that this would give us a clue where Raven is, so perhaps she's out by that windmill in the desert. Maybe bring the axe as proof for them knowing Leo or his death, or I don't know, but
Vika like says to Cersei, "We're gonna have to try and we're gonna have to get to this thing out on."
I mean, how high is he off the ground?
He's pretty
Is
high.
he-
You guys are at
Oh
least
shit. Okay.
10 to 15 feet up on the.
We gotta get him down, guys. He deserves a proper
worries.
burial.
We'll get
Yeah.
it. We'll get him down. Don't worry.
As
Spis
you
would
guys
probably-
begin to figure that out, give me a second there.
Oh,
Oh, Spis.
hey.
Yeah. You hear a voice in your head, Spis.
Oh, good.
Familiar voice.
My new.
Whispers, echoes, telling you to go to him, to go to the body, to touch, to guide. As you get this sensation, this urge to approach Leo's body and to make contact with it. That's it.
The body.
The
Oh,
That was quick.
Vel, you good? You dying?
I'm
Quick and
supposed to
eventful.
touch what now?
What?
Oh, okay.
What?
What are you guys gonna do?
Victa is currently wrapping some of the rope that every adventure has, of course, and
Naturally.
wrapping around that and we got to the point of him throwing the excess rope down, and that's where we got before you guys got back.
All right.
This goes a little like almost kind of like she's very intently listening to something. Looks up and casts levitate on herself to get up to the body and axe and the others.
You are now in front of Leo, this axe embedded onto his shoulder. The bits of him that remain there as he looks down, a bit of his hair covering his face.
Completely ignoring Victa and Cersei, she's gonna reach forward, put one hand on the axe and the other hand like on his shoulder.
As you do, you grab the axe and you place your hand on the shoulder. The axe doesn't react by any means, but as you place your hand on Leo's shoulder, you see light and strings. A sight that has been shown to you before. A memory of Raven pulling strings from the ground itself. Leo begins to unravel as the strings head into the earth itself. Slowly as Leo disappears, bit by bit. And then he's gone.
What? What just happened?
Wait, like, did Spis... I'm a little confused. Was that like a weird vision Spis saw, or did Leo's body just like disappear?
It just disappeared. It turned into small strings of light that seeped back within the earth.
How did you do that?
Um... Well... I touched him.
Yeah. And then he fell into a string pile into the ground.
Wait,
Wow.
it's gone. There's no remnant.
He delicately got sucked into the ground.
He unraveled into ether itself and seeped back within the ground.
Hope you enjoy your next life, buddy.
And you have no idea how you just did that?
Well... I mean, there was a voice and it said to guide him.
Oh.
So, I imagine I think I just guided him somewhere.
Jeez.
All right then.
Bill is awkwardly standing on the ground, like, yes, this is normal.
Reining her neck up.
Spis is gonna yank the axe out of the wall.
With no issue, you pull it out of the wall.
And this is now the third magical weapon that basically only Spis can use.
Listen, maybe it'll change sizes if we give it to Cersei or Victor.
The tiny
Or Alma.
crew members
Or
just holding
Alma,
an
yeah.
axe.
Castilla's not using it. Ever. That's a dead man's item.
Spis has no problem using a dead man's item.
Victor's already been doing that.
When he kind of just strings of, can I see if I can find the flower that Castilla gave him anywhere?
Yeah. It lies there on the ground.
Sweet. I pick it up. And
So why was only the flower the thing that was saved?
My magic. I don't know.
All right, good enough for me.
Cersei's
my
cool
answer.
as shit, Victor.
It's my cool magic powers from the Fae. This world doesn't want it because we don't belong. I don't know. Can I cast Speak with Plants on my flower?
You can.
My little beautiful baby.
You
Like the
cast
plans coming together.
Speak with plants. And you hear. Yes.
Hey, buddy. That's the wrong spell. I'm looking at the wrong thing. What is the type of stuff that I can ask this plant? Like a basic question. Question plants about spells, events in the spells area within the past day. Getting information about what creatures that have passed, weather, and other circumstances. Okay, yeah, basic questions. It only knows what's happened within the last day of events. I imagine when Cersei casts Speak with Plants, the noises she's making is kind of akin to, the only thing I can think of is like Parcel Tongue from Harry Potter, that like snake speech. I imagine it's kind of a bit like that. And I would just, like, as she's sort of like brushing the petals of the flower, I just say, "Hi, you were spending the day with Leo, my friend, on his last day.
I was.
Did you see what happened?
I did.
And you saw who attacked him?
Yes.
Do you know what they looked like?
Many individuals, strange uniforms. One large man, whipped blade and chain.
No.
Leo fought hard. Pinned to the wall with his own weapon by the man. They came out of the building. Anger, disappointment, annoyance. Perhaps they did not find what they looked for. But they carried with them a metallic box. another with them. A woman. Yellow blonde hair.
No. 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 No, 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 no.
Yes.
No, no, no.
Abby, you
What
gotta
the-
admit it one day, honey.
no, 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 no. Um, she would say, just kind of as this like kind of airy whisper is like being spoken to this flower, the group would see Cersei's face like visually drop. Like that kind of her face goes white for a second before she sort of like picks up that airy whisper again. Yellow hair. Purple tips. There.
Yes. I will
Wearing.
say, a conversation that was had after you just left me upon the one you call Leo.
Mm-hmm.
He had the girl with dark hair guided out. I think perhaps in preparation. He said a promise kept.
Oh, Leo. That's fake. Making me sad. He's dead. He's making me sad.
He's in the live stream or something, I assume. He's in the earth.
I mean, we
He
might
gets
have.
to come back as a flower.
That's the most druid thing ever.
Well, we might
He's
have
in
been
the
able to
earth.
revive him, but Spis kind of ruined that.
Listen,
Nah. He was
Spis,
too.
stop.
He was too long dead for Cersei to do anything. So she wouldn't have been able to. And we can't lug his body around everywhere.
You
Not
sure
with
about that?
attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Not with that attitude.
Victor did have a leg with him the whole time.
That is true. That is
There's
very
a
true.
difference between there's a difference between a leg in the backpack and an entire body.
Full grown man's body.
We can take him with us.
He's not heavy. He's
I'll-
my dad.
We've lost one dad. We don't need to lose the fun uncle, too. We've already lost the fun uncle. We lost Bob.
We've lost everyone. Ah!
The next interaction with Toru. This is for Leo. Throws Leo's skull at him.
Yeah.
We could always throw his. Never mind.
The half decomposing leg of Leo.
I was not joking about a leg, but okay.
I knew where you were going. I just didn't want to
yes.
go down there.
Mhm.
Good.
No, Castilla will not disrespect the dead.
Not the dead that was nice to us anyway.
Yeah, the cool dead.
And there's not exactly much of said dead to take anything from. So
Oh no, they're
just the
gone.
axe.
It's fine.
How long does this fucking spell last? Hold on. Let me just see.
Also, I am just gonna say, before Spis touches the ground, Victa is going to like gesture over to her, like, "Hello, help here."
Oh.
I need
just ditched you on the
uppies.
wall.
Considering the fact that Cersei is the one that brought him up there, and Cersei's now on the ground.
I ditched you for a flower.
Honestly,
That's
considering
the
what just
most
happened,
druid thing
fair.
ever.
He gets Spis kind
Consider-
of scoops him up with one arm, grabs the rod in the other, and goes down.
I'm gonna swallow my sadness for a moment and reference the uniform that the flower mentioned. He said it was a bunch of people all wearing a strange uniform. Could you maybe give me a description
Hey,
of
Mickey.
color? Oh,
Poppin'.
hello.
Mickey!
I can't fall back asleep after the side quest, so I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm talking to a flower.
What?
I'm talking to a flower.
Oh my god, how's that going?
It's
It's a
Leo's
very helpful flower,
He had a specific flower?
considering all of
We
the
gave it to him.
death it's seen.
Oh, okay. Freak.
The flower tells you, Gray's metal head, helmet,
Grey armor.
armaments, black powder.
Any symbols or anything?
Yes. The ones not unlike. Leo had things with that symbol. I forgot what symbol I gave Eden.
Eden.
I would have said Eden on there though. Escape. Yeah. So, Eden.
Eden, motherfuckers. Eden guard. Okay. And, the blonde woman and, like, the wispy voice, like, chokes for a second on something that is inimaginable, intelligible, like, you know what she's saying. And then it continues. Did she leave with the man with the chain? From what you saw on the wall?
Yes. Strange. She got damaged during combat. Leo, like I said, stood his ground. In the midst of being damaged, she looked different for a little bit. Tried to run and then could not when she looked the same again.
Different how?
Hair, white, pink.
Pearl. It's our Pearl.
Hashtag not our pearl.
Hashtag blonde hair is Pearl is not my Pearl. Okay. And she sort of... The spell lasts 10 minutes, but she will sort of just take the flower and sort of tuck it behind her ear before she sort of stands up and brushes herself off a little bit. Okay. So, to keep a, reasonably long conversation with a flower as short as I can, it, saw what happened to Leo. Sounds like the Eden Guard showed up. Or at least seemingly people wearing the armor of the Eden Guard. Attacked. And I'm guessing we can all judge from the flash marks that Toru showed up. Or Toru, yeah, showed up. And also that Pearl was here. Or someone who looked like her was here. the flower, it obviously doesn't know names, so it gives the best description that it can. Blonde, dark tips. But it said that she got attacked by Leo as he was putting up a pretty good fight. And when she got attacked, her form changed briefly. Or like something broke through her white and pink hair.
So
Before
she is still there.
she was trying to run when it happened. And then when she was back to blonde and dark tips, she stopped running and stayed. And then left with impulse. Taru.
So she's still there.
I think she
That's
is.
a good thing. She's still here.
And then, if that's the case, what about we left her with Bob?
Bob is. He'll be fine. He can handle himself, right? Right?
I hope so.
He's lasted this long.
You just said I don't think they want to give in to the fact that the man wants to die.
He did say he's pledged himself to his people, and his people of like his people of Twilight. And he said that he would not leave them in this journey.
I know. I guess.
So,
I wasn't ready for the idea that Pearl would not be Pearl.
We'll get her back. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get her back.
She's still there. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I just don't know how much longer.
I'm sure she will be okay. She can handle herself. She's fought this long. We'll get her back.
This has been a horrendous 4 hours.
I think we need some, actual sleep. Let's make sure fires are put out.
We only just woke up.
Well, sleep with. We need it to be calm.
some actual rest. Not just laying down unconscious in a bed.
Good
Doing
food.
what we can to relax.
Good food. Fun memories. Nothing related to the warp, nothing related to whatever the hell that man was talking about. Just existing. Sometimes that's all we can do.
You know, it just feels like we got so much that we need to do. That we can't just.
Cersei, if we burn ourselves out, we aren't even going to make it another day. We won't be able to do anything if we push ourselves. We have all been going for days, weeks, months. I want Pearl back as soon as possible. I want all of this to be over as soon as possible, but I think we can all agree that if we are about to drop, about to break, it's going to be worse for us in the long run. A day will not kill us.
While you were up in the tidy hole room, did you find the onyx box?
No. Unfortunately.
Because the flowers saw them leave with the orb box, the big one.
Did we see the onyx box?
Not from your memories that you can tell. You can check your inventory, though, perhaps.
Oh,
It's in there.
hold up.
Do you all check your stuff?
Yeah.
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 Maybe
I'm
teleport.
skeptical, but I'll check.
Off pack, continue to pack up stuff. Just randomly finds this weird box and goes, "Yeah, I might as well keep this."
Yeah, it's
Oh, this
fine.
thing.
looks-
Yeah, it's a family heirloom. What about it?
This
Almost
looks
there.
important.
Almost just no clipping the whole time, and now they're here. It's like when you see the T-posing character until someone takes control of it, and then it starts idling. Spis, in
Oh.
your bag, you
Uh-oh.
find a small black box.
Oh, because it was
Spis-
probably on Leo.
Spis would also find the 2 trinkets that Victor made, but we'll get to that later.
Time and a place.
Because, like, I know we're doing like a. Did you see the gifts? I got you presents. No,
I
no
need
big if
you
you didn't.
something.
Spis, in a brief sense of recollection, you may have not caught it. You may have thought of it as nothing, especially because of the high intensity of the moments before and now. But you felt your bag tug a bit when Happy was right next to you.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
Just kind of just pulls it out and goes, "Oh, um, I have it."
Okay, that's one less thing to worry about.
That's good.
I think Happy gave this to me.
Ah, that is something more to worry about.
Slightly ominous. So, Happy had it, even though Leo had it.
Hmm.
To be
Or-
fair, it was in the throne room.
Did he
when
find
Leo
it on the
placed it on the ground.
Did he? Is that what he was fucking around in the ground for? He was like, "Oh, back."
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
This looks
I mean-
Well,
important.
time to fuck with them now.
He was messing about in the rubble. Maybe.
Honestly, if this is his idea of messing around, I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's just a funny little bit.
It's
It's
just
the-
a
it's
silly
the
goof,
least-
guys.
This is the least concerning form of tomfoolery we can encounter here, so I'll take it.
So we have two of the items that we came here for. Though the one that I feel like we should have is not with us anymore.
So like there is the onyx box, the portal orb, and the book.
The portal orb Toru has. Toru
Impulse.
info.
And didn't Happy
Yeah.
take the book though, or did we? Get
No, he
that?
tossed it on the ground. I would
Okay.
assume you guys picked it back
But
up.
Stilla picked it up. It is going in her bag.
It's our new pet now.
Victor's gonna make his own Necronomicon.
Not
Big
Stilla.
stop.
I wish I can
He's gonna-
physically show you his antics and the way he moves. He's a very strange man. So as he was walking away and talking, he kind of tossed it over his shoulder.
He's flamboyant. He's a little
We
homosexual,
love
you know.
it. He's very animated, and that's what we love. Okay, so we're not gonna move. I mean, we should move. This is not really this is not a best chilled out spot. I don't know if I can fully promise that we're not gonna be able to talk about all that stuff though, because there's so many things that we have lined up to do, and I don't know.
We'll make do. Okay.
We've managed so far, and we'll get through this like we have everything else.
We have to, right? Prove that bastard wrong.
Prove that bastard wrong. That means I'm just gonna kill him.
We have a lot of bastards we can prove wrong.
I mean, if we don't continue on, our only other option is to die.
That too.
And we sure as hell are not going to be doing that anytime soon.
Cersei touches her head.
I'm gonna roll perception to find some wood to knock on.
Go ahead, roll.
I think there will
I
be
have to
plenty.
open roll 20 first.
The nearest.
Don't worry. If there's no
Victor-
wood to
Victor-
roll on, you tap your head. That's the rule.
Victor sort of like taps on his little like staff slash cane that he has on that he like always has on him, since it's made of wood.
Nearest piece of wood.
Alma tosses some salt over her shoulder. Well, she just tries to
Good
place it
idea.
on, I guess. Pocket salt.
Pocket salt.
Okay,
Pocket sand.
Nice.
Yeah,
let me
pretty
scroll
high
down through
roll.
all your rolls.
2 rolls have been used for looking for wood to tap on. In which there's a bunch of rubble everywhere. There's a bunch of wood pieces just sticking out of the ground.
Okay, I knock on wood.
Yippee.
Stop
What are
it.
we gonna do then? I mean, resting here, everything's destroyed. This whole place has basically been burned to the ground.
We should probably return to Faye and the lighthouse and their resistance. They did have that. We did have that whole room that they gave us. And if we want, I'm sure they would not contest to us resting in the church. Could also make proper instructions to Alma with them.
Probably
Sorry,
will
I zoned out. What'd you say?
Making introductions to you and the resistance that we're here for to retrieve an artifact for.
Oh, hell yeah.
Did you want me to make the chest smaller so we could put it in the bag of holding?
Yes, that would make it easier to travel.
Since Spis has 3 large weapons at her at all times.
Spis is basically like a walking armory at this point.
You want a weapon? I got you a weapon. What do you want?
This weighs
Ew.
nothing, and now we're going to make them weigh something.
Spis is the
Spis.
embodiment. Spis is the embodiment of that meme of like somebody being asked to drop all their weapons and pulls out like 15, pulls out like an incomprehensible amount, like way more than they should be able to carry. Like,
Can we open the chest quickly, or is that possible, or does it need like a key that we were never given?
It just has a latch. You can just open it.
Okay. I open it up. Do we want to just grab a quick handful?
Each?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be better than pulling out a massive chest every time we need to take money out of it. And then when we get to, because we still need to pay Alma's mom back. So if we take like maybe a 1,000 each, there's 100 grand in here. We take like 1,000 each, and then put, like minimize the box, put it in the bag of holding, and then when we, get back to Alma's mom, we can pay her for her services and anything
But,
else.
We won the
If-
race after all, so we can tip.
Oh, obviously. Look, I'm all for, respecting the dead, but like Leo's dead. This money was only going to go to him, and now it's not. So
Now
we
we
can do whatever we
can-
want with it.
Perhaps leave a bit for others who might have lost their home in all of this.
That is the princess in you talking, Mista. But sure.
Also, that does sound like it'll take time to find who's alive. And if we
Well,
just
we could
leave
always-
it here, who's to say scavengers or people from other
Well-
sectors won't just come?
I meant like Lighthouse or somebody could come and make sure.
We can maybe speak to them about like the specifics of helping the displaced, if that make you.
It would.
Okay. I will pay.
The adventurer in Victa is wanting to be very selfish right now, honestly.
Still
Yes,
not
sir.
saying give it all up, but it's 100,000 gold pieces, guys. That's a lot.
Victor just
Just-
crawling on top of the box, looking like a feral little dragon. Just the Mr. Krabs. It's all mine, foaming from the mouth.
Just so I can keep track of the money amount in this chest, I'm taking 1,000 out. What is everyone else taking?
Castilla's gonna take 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
When Victa is going to walk up to it, but not going to take any out because he already he already has 1,000 gold pieces on him. And Victa is going to cast Arcane Lock on it.
Hey.
Wait, hold on. Anybody else taking any money?
Yeah, Alma's gonna grab 1,000. Motherfucker has $20. She needs money.
Yeah.
Can we
1,000
take
gold
out
pieces.
the extra for Alma's mom now too?
I mean, we can. I'm just a bit worried if we get robbed, because robbing is still.
Who the
I
fuck's
have my
gonna
own
rob
bag of
us?
holding. I can pop it in my own bag of holding.
Yeah. Okay.
Spis like
See you taking any?
Spis like hesitates and looks around and kind of grabs like 100 gold pieces.
Only 100.
Hold on. Nope. Castilla, hold on. Castilla's gonna swipe the extra 1,000 to eventually pocket it in Spis's thing.
Okay, so that's 4 grand out, and then Alma's taking the 50.
50 gold
For the
for
back.
her mom.
You don't want to give her more than 50 gold?
You guys are saying 50. Alma's like, listen, I can't choose how much I'm paying my mom because I just give her as much as I could. You guys are the ones that she did the service for, so you gotta pay her.
Why don't we? I mean, it's a lot of money. Why don't we just give her like 20 grand?
That is a bit. That would be a bit. Strange.
10 grand?
We
5 grand.
legit won the damn thing.
It wouldn't be odd.
It would be.
I
I feel
mean-
like it would be a bit strange considering, like, Alma's connection. Supposedly,
15?
Alma's connection to us is just tour guide.
Yeah, we paid her for being a tour
15.
guide.
Yeah.
And she
Take
told us-
15 out.
A tour
We
guide normally
gambled.
gets,
We
like-
were gambling.
A tour guide normally gets like
It's
5
fine.
gold
It's fine.
max.
Alma, take 15. 15,000 out of the chest.
Okay. I'm
That
putting
is
out of 15k gold for mom in my inventory.
that is for your mother to do whatever she wants with it.
All right. I'm actually gonna split that into pouch of 1k and pouch of 14k. Because 1K she won't be too suspicious of, hopefully.
17,
And then I can just have somebody else give her the 14, or like leave it where she'll find it, so that she doesn't immediately suspect that I'm ditching the
Okay.
city.
Just hide it in her fabric or
Yeah.
something.
So there's
Yeah.
81,000 pieces of gold left in that chest.
Jesus
God.
Christ.
I will put that in my inventory just to keep track of how much there is in that chest right now.
And
18,000 gold.
And for the arcane lock part of it that Victor cast, he is going to set a password to it, and the password is going to be kaleidoscope.
Oh,
Nerd.
Listen. Out in this entire campaign, it has been said like not even 10 times. Who's going to
Because
get the password? So
It's like a
We are-
superhero movie.
we're anxious. We have anxiety.
speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I love
You're not
Alma
wrong.
so much.
I made a character without anxiety once. Don't take that away from me.
we're gonna give her trauma at least at this point.
She probably already has trauma.
Yeah, from when Castilla died.
She wasn't here
Yeah, definitely.
to hear that she wasn't supposed to exist to begin with. So yeah.
It's
Yeah,
true.
she was like, I'm sorry guys, I gotta go get brunch. I have bad munchies, and then just left. And she
Just
gotta do all
walked
that.
out.
She got dragged into judging a chili cook-off. That's what she was doing.
That's what she's been doing the whole time.
She's back
No,
now,
it's
but that's what she was doing.
Sweet. And then I'll reduce the chest once Victor's done, so it can go in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Look at us. Organized.
Not. Still, it does not agree, but. Be right back. Godspeed.
Look. Okay. So that's done. So so we're going back to my brain is blanking.
Sector 3.
That's the one. Thank you. We're going back to Sector 3. Is that right?
I think so.
Do we need quick? As long as freaking Happy's not here to take that away from me again. That was and I'm not going to focus on how terrifying that was.
A simple walk should be fine.
Don't worry, boys. We'll fast travel you there. You've been already through this path.
I also don't know how well. I also don't know how fast how well a giant eagle will fit in the tunnels between here
Wobbles
and
up tunnel. Yeah, to be fair, that's probably not safe.
Well, there was a gap over the wall
There was.
between
Yeah.
1 and 2.
to sector 1.
No, between
Like
No.
the
That
dogs
was the one here coming here. You fought the
Tomberries.
the Tomberries.
Thornberries.
Oh, but there's a gap between every wall.
All right.
Victor.
So I could fly over it.
You could fly
if you
over it
wanted me
technically, yeah.
if you wanted me to. But that's all I can do if I do that, because I used it to fly here, which I would have been able to fly if Happy hadn't turned me back to not a bird, because he didn't want to have a conversation with an avian, were his exact words.
Does that mean he wouldn't talk to Eric Kokra then?
Turns them into a human.
Perfectly legible conversation as a bird, and as I'm sure Kenku can too.
Probably had bad experiences with Kenku, not gonna lie.
Probably did not appreciate having his own voice repeated back at him.
Are you kidding me? That motherfucker would have had a blast.
Yeah, he would have.
Literally.
So, is the idea when we get there to have a rest, then? Or no?
Yes?
At the very least, take some time for ourselves.
Okay.
We do also have to
Okay.
remember we have to get to the ball, though. When is that?
God damn it.
think that is because it was 3 days minus the race day. So the race day was yesterday. This is the second day, the third day, and then it would be the day after that. On the 4th. So
Yeah, you guys got time.
So we've
So
got
yeah, we have the rest. We have hopefully, knock on wood,
the rest of
I heard
today,
that
re-
knock.
all of tomorrow.
I
the
put
rest
my
of the
hands on
day
my
to
head.
relax. Tomorrow, to prepare for the ball and whatever comes up, and then the ball.
Yeah.
And prepare for whatever bullshit comes up during the ball, because something is going to. It's inevitable.
Of course.
It's how it
There
works
is a
for
bomb.
us.
Okay. I'll get it so quickly then. And just kind of like, because she's feeling paranoid that she was like, that she doesn't know how he did it. She knows he's the freaking Lord of Chaos or whatever he called himself. But she will sort of look around for a second and then wild shape into a big eagle.
Well,
It's anxiety.
It's real.
it's a little rough at the start as you kind of attempt to wild shape, and there's a stop in you're changing, but you successfully wild shape, like a hiccup.
Uh-oh.
She sort of kind of like how you've seen her like wild shape before is that she's sort of like almost like that similar tornado look that you get from Osera sort of happens around Cersei, and then the form of the animal sort of gracefully lands on the ground. Whereas like this time when the tornado disappears, she kind of like stumbles and like her beak hits the floor. Sort of like kind of like something has gone not normal. And then she shakes it off. You know, like when birds sort of like kind of act like no one saw that. They sort of just like, whoop, yeah, back into a normal like bird position. But she telepathically is like, that was weird. That was not right. I'm fine. I did it. But it kind of hurt, and it doesn't normally hurt. I don't know if that's me just sort of getting back into it after he forced me to change back. Maybe. Fine. Fine. Don't worry about it. We're not panicking about the warp stuff anymore.
We're just panicking about happy.
Yeah. She lowers her shoulder to like let people climb on.
And you all do. You climb on, and you make your way across to Sector 3, taking the shorter route over the wall. And you enter Sector 3. It is as it is. It looks the most peaceful so far out of all the sectors you've been, especially now. And there's a bit of a panic as everyone sees a giant eagle kind of fly in. Where do you land, Cersei?
I would land kind of toward where like the main area is, like the main street bit that had like the church, and then there was that little farm and all that sort of area. But away from where people are kind of like freaking out, like where the most people are, I would land not near them.
All right.
I don't want them to think I'm gonna scoop them up.
Well, no one's in the center of the plaza itself. And you land in the center of the plaza itself. And there you are, in the center of the plaza, in front of where the church area is.
Hello, my haunch, my wing, to let people safely clamber off.
Thank you for flying air, Cersei.
Yeah. Please fold your tray tables away before you exit the aircraft.
Hey, just so you know, Cersei was right there
Oh,
and
Cersei.
did miss
Yeah.
it.
And Air Cersei would greatly appreciate knowing where you found those trays.
Yeah.
How did you get those?
How did you get those? I'm a bird. Yeah. And then when everyone's off, you shake herself down. And then hopefully turn back into Cersei with no issues.
You turn back into Cersei.
Nice.
No, it's actually just gonna be Bird Cersei for the rest of the campaign.
I have a beak.
Cersei.
It is a weird amalgamation of a small bird
Kenku! Kenku Cersei!
flying with bird wings on its back instead of on its arms. Yeah, no, you turn back to Cersei.
Nice.
She becomes a Griffith.
If Cersei was to like be half bird anything, she would be a hummingbird. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Or a crow.
All right. Okay, we're in the center of the city. Where is the? And okay. Do we know like? I mean, we did like explore a bit of the sector and where, like, so would we be able to know like where we currently are in relation to the Resistance's church?
You're right in front of it.
All right, sick. All right. All right. Let's head. Let's head out. Head in.
Ooh.
Green?
And yeah, I'd assume we're heading to the Resistance. Heading to the church at least.
I'm following you guys.
All right, to the church.
Church! Church! Church!
Head within
Okay.
the church. Yes? What was it on?
I was just gonna say, take me to church.
Okay.
I worship
I
like a
worship like a god at the shrine of your light. All my sins so you can sharpen your knife.
You head in within the church. You see some of the guards within the church itself hurrying, preparing stuff. And towards the back of the church, where the pew would be, is the larger man that you've seen before, who is called the head of the resistance. Well, I have their name somewhere.
Me too.
I physically have it written down. Ah, there you go.
Frankie.
Yep, Frankie.
Do we just got it at the same time?
Frank.
Yep,
Frank
we did.
Sinatra.
Frankie, bit of a gut to him, wearing his white outfit, white and gray, his fedora-like hat. Oh, you guys returned! Oh, that's great. Fantastic. To have someone back here, at least.
Something happened with the others.
They're off on a scouting mission. They're on the upper sector. It's gonna take them a bit to come back. It's difficult being in charge of things by yourself. Is all.
Can I insight check?
Yeah, I'm suspicious as hell.
This is just weird.
They're all dead, and I just don't wanna
27
die.
net
Natural
20.
Well,
And that one.
The duality
You've
of
never
that.
met this man, Alma, so I mean, he just feels weird to you. Is it?
because I just think he's a freak.
For you, Castella,
He's a furry.
there's he's being honest. There's definitely this strange lack of professionalism with this individual. You question whether or not this individual knows how to be in charge to begin with.
Man after my own heart. All right. Right.
Did you achieve your quest? You grabbed your item.
We got the onyx out. We got the artifact. Yes, at Lighthouse Wanted.
Artifact. Can I see it?
Spis.
Spis pulls it out. Just kind of hands it over.
He kind of waddles a little bit over to you, grabs it. Yeah, this is the box indeed. And he opens it up. Well, what was supposed to be in here is not in here, but that's not really that important. The box itself is what is important. I must apologize to you. This was a test. This item itself was planted on there by fate, and it really isn't an artifact.
Well, we were informed of this being a test by Faye, so, but
I hope you didn't do anything unnecessary for this. I
just break down crying.
I will say what was in here was just a small medallion holding our insignia, but not this. And he pulls out a singular six-sided die.
Ew.
Victor gestures.
Bitch.
Naturally made of.
Is it my fucking dice that
it's
I
your
made
die.
him?
Yeah.
Get his goddamn ass Cersei for copyright infringement.
Exactly, that's mine.
It's not copyright infringement because it's the
Is it
exact
mine?
same die.
But still, he
Yay.
stole it. He's playing a game.
The bizarre thing that runs through your mind, Spis, is that the motions of the messings with your bags happened before Cersei approached this man with the die.
Spis isn't mentioning that. Not right
So,
now.
I mean, that's fine. It probably could have gotten lost in the process. But this is a sign that we can trust you now. And he throws the die. It's like, I don't think this is important. Whatever.
Victor would have, like upon him pulling the die out, Victor would have gestured for to put his hand out to so he could inspect it.
Yeah, you can take it. That shouldn't have been in here to begin with.
Still, it could be something. And he's just Victor's just gonna just hold it in his hand.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I know this is gonna be hard to believe. And I was told once you were done with this that we can formally fully trust you. I'm not in charge. As a matter of fact, and you see a poof, smoke. Before you, this large, barreling man, no longer large and barreling, as your eyes look down, and there is a raccoon wearing a fedora.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
What is happening?
Yeah,
Tanuki? Tanuki?
was not in charge. And our leader would like to talk to you. Um, River,
Yo.
River?
uh, entering from behind what seems to be a room that's behind the pew area, is a familiar face. Red hair, frizzy, a teacher you've met.
You know, River saying having that whole talk with Cersei about being a leader makes a lot more sense now.
Mm-hmm.
She walks in, her attire's fairly different. She seems to be wearing a little more battle ready of a uniform.
Oh.
A cloak, a revolver on one end. All right.
This is the teacher America wants.
Unfortunately, armed and ready.
It seems like you've all seen hell itself and back.
That is definitely a word for it.
Perhaps the next course of action should be a rest. After a small amount of conversation, I must properly introduce myself. My name is River. My last name is revoked, so I just go by River. I've been leading this rebellion for quite a while, since I first laid foot in Eden. And as you know, I've met many others here who have had similar goals and ideologies to me, and decided to fall under my guidance in this rebellion. I had a feeling that perhaps you were coming. Not you specifically, but someone that was going to be the turning tide in all this.
Expecting, more of hoping.
Hoping and expecting. It's strange. A bit of foresight. Minor. Though I will say, it comes to me in strange forms. But nonetheless, you've met my familiar friend, Frankie.
You're familiar.
Yes.
Right. I just Frankie, just a raccoon in a fedora. It's
Frank Sinatra.
The best.
it's just I was not expecting a fucking raccoon in a fedora.
I really thought that
What?
was going to be one of Jesse's like, it's a raccoon and fedora. No.
Honestly.
All this means is I could have not wasted my wild shape when that ship crashed, showing you all what a raccoon looked like.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
This is the second
well.
time Victor gets to see a raccoon.
Yeah.
Isn't that great, Victor?
Look how cute this raccoon is. Don't have a PTSD flashback about me turning into a raccoon on that ship.
He's doing decent.
Good kid.
Victor does just like before this conversation continued, Victor did just pause at seeing the raccoon before regaining his composure.
Okay,
There's a
is anybody else?
conversation that must be had. Oh, you can go ahead, Nick.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, friend. Is anybody else completely lost? Is anybody else following what's going on right now, or is this insane?
Spis half raises her hand.
You saw Victor
I'm so confused.
Victor talks over Victor talks over to it over his shoulder. You sort of learn to just roll with it.
But
Yeah,
you
I mean,
do like do you all know what's going on right now? Or are you gonna figure it out after we finish talking to the lady with the weird dog?
I mean, that's kind of how I roll most days of my life. But also,
Unfortunately,
that's a raccoon.
Okay.
Have you never seen a raccoon?
Was that just called a dog?
They have
Apparently.
little hands. They have little hands, and they wash their food in water. It's really cute.
I'm sorry, friend. I
Yeah,
called you a dog for
sometimes.
comedic effect, but I can see how that might have been hurtful.
Victor looks over to Frank. Are you from here or like from Eden or?
No, I come from the Feywild.
oh my god.
Nice.
Alright.
Told you.
Cersei, do you know?
I told you.
Was he one of your
raccoon
pets?
Was
No.
my buddies? No, I don't have a raccoon
Yet.
yet.
Yeah, I come from the Feywild. So does River here. I've been family guardian for quite a while. I got some years down in there. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Let's go have that talk, I suppose.
She gestures to the rest of her men to leave the church. And when the last person leaves and the door closes, I'm assuming you have a lot of questions. And there are things I need to tell you as well, but that can wait. Your concerns.
Where do we
Someone
start?
Someone else go. I'm not good at questions.
I mean, I feel like the best place to start is to tell you that Leo's dead. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not. It is
As
unfortunate.
Along with almost the entirety of Sector 2, from what we could tell.
I would love to have sent troops to assist Sector 2 at the time. But I didn't think we would have made it fast enough. I did not want the troops of Eden to know of our existence. Or at least our capability. I would have thought perhaps Leo was capable enough. But I guess some individuals within Eden's ranks are much more formidable. Which is not good
I mean,
to hear.
if it's any consolation, I think even if you had managed to get people over there in time, I don't think it would have helped. But,
Your friend. Did they take her?
we don't
No.
think so.
They would have stuck her back at that tube, had they have.
We managed to get a image of her, and what we got was not one, and she was not in a state of imprisonment. That much we can confirm.
Hmm.
We had some help, and she looked up at the flower that's like in her hair. They said that they got a front seat to what happened to Leo, and the people who raided the tower seemed pretty disappointed on their way back out. So whoever took Raven took her before they even got there, seemingly.
Didn't Leo send Raven away?
Mm-hmm.
So So he could have
He
sent
did.
her to that house. Room.
There you go.
All right.
Also, this is, Vista?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
It's a
Vis-a-vis
pleasure.
Rod for hire.
You are
Hey,
a residential Eden, I can tell.
What gave it away? Was it the fact that I'm clearly not with these weirdos?
No,
Accurate.
just you seem to carry yourself with a lot less confusion.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm confident. What can I say?
also, I do. Also, I also the fact that we left without you and came back with you. Don't exactly know where else we would have come upon you.
Also a good point. It is a closed ecosystem.
Take this moment to remind everyone that Spis also has not met this woman.
Oh yeah, you passed out.
Spis is just kind of confused.
I mean, we don't. I mean, technically, only Cersei ever really like talked to this woman. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, Victa and Castilla just sort of like stood on the other side of a river, stood on the other side of a river
Stared at her.
while River here gave Cersei a talking to about being a leader or whatever.
In charge.
Spis never even met the fake leader Frankie. He's
That
talked
is
to
true.
Faye and Lighthouse, and that has been it.
I mean, and honestly, that wasn't much of a loss considering he was apparently just a raccoon. So like,
It's fine.
Means you didn't get to meet Detrell, my best bud.
oh yeah, Detrell, that random dwarf farmer, I
My
think he was.
best dwarf farmer friend. Exactly.
Why are there so many dwarves that you just come across?
They're my
that's at
besties.
that's at least the second one so far.
It is. I have Detrell from here, and then the dwarf guy from that
The dwarf
tavern.
from the tavern that spit his toothpaste out the window.
And was in a towel.
What a lad.
He's probably dead.
Oh, gee,
Yeah, probably.
thanks.
Sorry, I just had realization.
As well as the guy that we stole like 100 gold from him.
Happy thought.
You guys robbed a guy?
When did we rob somebody?
No,
When we were
gambling.
Gambling.
When Victor got 3
Oh!
21s in a row.
We made him think
Yeah,
that
Victor
he was
got called out for
crazy.
cheating in the bar.
And Castilla dragged his ass out. Or dragged his ass out of trouble.
If you're gonna cheat, make it realistic, Victor.
Listen, he's never done this before. He usually
You'd
bullshits his way.
expect he would have.
Yeah.
Before he bullshit his way through either non-magical means or let the rest of his party did that for him. You know, it's a lot easier for a rogue than a inexperienced wizard to do it, to cheat at poker.
Bonnell, that was his name. The dwarf from the tavern.
Oh my god.
I didn't write it down. I'm making friends.
And influencing people.
Anyway, carry on.
Is there any other concerns you have?
A bajillion, but I don't know how long you have.
Whichever time you're willing to spare.
You can, says you can start with the most pressing ones that you have.
Ooh. I mean,
Narrow
narrow
it
it
down at
down.
least.
I mean, the most pressing, I fear, is there was after all of the carnage there, a guy who we thought was a friend of ours, who turned out not to be a homeless man who we thought he was, turned out to be a terrifying god man. He doesn't like that word. Abby says as she's
Let's
flipping
just-
her notes, trying to find what he actually called himself.
Primordial.
He's a
Thank
man
you.
he was a man that goes by the name of Happy, and physically he resembles a blue tiefling, and he has and Victa giving Cersei a bit of a side eye. Let's leave it at and let's his abilities are from his appearance is misleading what he is capable of. And I feel knowing if he is at least known to you, or at least bring him under your radar would be would possibly help.
We'll keep a note on that.
All right.
And if you see any
Mm.
people with like chains and a knife, you should just like maybe run also.
It's pretty standard advice.
Or
Yeah.
a mask that looks like mine, apparently.
I know of Toru.
Oh!
Oh yeah,
Oh.
him. Well, he's not exactly Toru. Fun fact.
Let's just he has Victa Sarge elbows Castilla in the shin, like in the sense of we do not need to be giving these people knowledge beyond comprehension, just spouting this crap to them. Like, yes, important.
But also, she needs to warn about the mask thing because, like, those indicate people who probably shouldn't be engaged with.
She's definitely
We
way smarter than she looks, too. Like,
Yes, but we can leave it. We can just leave it at the masks, not that Toru's and I don't fucking know.
Castilla gets elbowed and just kind of mumbles it out.
My friends, your concerns are appreciated. Perhaps maybe I should give you a perspective of what I know.
That would be appreciated in knowing what we are able to share with you. We have come across a unfortunately vast array of knowledge of our own.
At some point, there was a time that wasn't ours. And through those actions, we lie here. Suspicious individuals have come across. And ever since then, nothing's been okay. You came here with one of them, a man named Bob. She pulls out a book, a journal. There are two of these. You have one of them. One's an imitation, and one's the real one. She hands it to you.
It's the skin book.
it's because we pulled the other one through the fucking dimension hole.
Oh my god.
That's too bad.
That's not what you think. It's a small book. It's a journal.
Victa takes it, and I'm going to assume.
Wait, Anastasia's journal!
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Holy shit! That was session 2! For at least me and Mickey.
That was like session 5 for us or something like that.
You're just pulling all your books out.
This is
Look
session
at that.
negative something for me.
Anastasia kept her notes in two different forms. One were surface thoughts that were a lot less encryptive, and the other were notes involving her memories and the things she knows, and her actual thoughts on what perhaps is happening. This notebook is the other. I don't know everything. I am not that old. I'm not very old at all, honestly. Just a bit older. But I've
How
had.
did you
Yes.
think you were just about to answer it? Sorry.
No, go ahead and ask your question.
How did you get it? The book. Like, we found ours. Did you find yours somewhere?
I did. You can say that. I took it.
Yes.
Cersei.
Hmm?
How long?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Oh no, hold on. I definitely know the answer to that question. I'm 27.
With or
I'm
without the time.
27. Before the time
Eh,
jump, which I guess technically makes me 30, 32, but I'm 27 as far as I'm concerned because I didn't live those 5 years, so I'm not losing them.
I mean,
I'm not losing them to a time jump, Victor. I'm 27.
yes, but considering the uh, context of what she's likely asking, born 32 years ago, but
Nope. La 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 la. I'm 27.
Did you have the unfortunate luxury, and she rolled her eyes, of meeting our mother?
Fucking hell!
We're gonna end the session there today, buddies. Just a few minutes
Good
early.
I
Cannot do that.
well, we found out one of the sisters, folks. The second
Oh
she
my.
said Feywild, I was like, no, there's no way.
See, this is the thing. I knew she was from the Feywild, and I thought that when I met her, and I tried to like familial connect with her, but I didn't get a high enough Arcana roll. And I
Yeah,
was
you could have
like,
figured it out then, but you did roll bad, unfortunately.
I rolled crap.
Yeah.
hey, okay. So does it? So this is a situation where River is the older sibling to Cersei, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, baby stories
mean-
now.
Doubtful, but I just
Well,
love the
none of the
idea.
sisters were with each other at any point of their life, but
And
I still love the idea of River immediately just seeing Cersei immediately gain that familiar connection and just not even a moment later giving her a talking to, like, hey, you need to get shit together.
How do you want to
Pain
lead your
instinct.
people? If something terrible were to happen, what would you do to your people? So she's like, I don't know. Did she sound like kind of disgusted when she said like, "Have you met our mother?" Or was she just a
Yeah.
tonal voice?
it was a bit of annoyance to it.
Honestly, understandable given Anastasia.
I'm just writing that down.
and noted that she kind of sounded disgusted talking about like Bob and I would assume Guck then.
She don't like them. They don't belong.
No, none of them have been. Bob, kind of, not really. She was also hinting towards the fact, I didn't get to finish that sentence, but I was going to, that you've had the luxury of not spending time with her.
You
Right.
don't know how many brain
Being
conversations we've
raised
had.
by her, essentially, is what she meant.
Oh, right, because some of the sisters were. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. I was the favorite
Interesting.
though.
Being sent off to be someone else's problem.
According to Costilla, I'm the favorite because that's what Anastasia told her.
That's what Mom said.
That she actually enjoyed spending time with me. So
God damn.
Oof.
Tell that to her River's face, Jesus.
yeah.
Oh, River knows.
Mom
River-
told me she likes me
River
more
would
than she likes you.
River, given the bare minimum that we've interacted with her, would probably just roll their eyes and just go, typical.
Typical. The baby of the family is the one who's like. I'm not actually, because she made another daughter that's technically younger than Cersei. I'm not even the youngest. I'm the middle child in 2 families. What does that do to a person?
Rip. They cancel out.
Oh. They do.
So what the hell does that mean?
I've got great mental health.
Single.
That's what it means.
It means Cersei's about to fucking snap.
Middle child syndrome. Twice.
God, I was not expecting the second Anastasia kiddo today.
I know. God, we're doing so well.
You can label the 2 books, Victor, since you have both of them, I believe, as the one you already had, Anastasia Surface Thoughts, and the other one, Anastasia Inner Thoughts.
We need to read that ASAP.
Considering the fact that Victor has not read it. Yes, we do. Has not read the one that he had for ages.
Oh my God, I know what we're doing tomorrow during our relaxing time.
Okay,
Reading.
you said that
Time
the
to
one
read
that
Mom's diary.
you said that the one that Victor had was Surface Thoughts.
Yes.
Okay.
Oop.
Oh,
There goes Mickey.
Mickey's gone to bed.
Mickey's out.
I just heard like a ghost noise from the Discord thing. It was like,
Yeah,
what?
the Discord has the
It's the new Halloween thing.
And the one that River had is Inner Thoughts, right?
Inner Thoughts, yes.
My
So
God.
she stole from Mom. Gotcha.
She was so pissed at Mom that
Teenage
she
rebellion.
stole from her. Do you talk to Mom in the moon sometimes?
So
Sometimes she talks like a wolf.
there are 3. Cersei has 2 sisters, right? One of them Anastasia had found, and the other one she was kind of certain on, but hadn't met yet, right?
So Cersei has, for Anastasia, she's got an older, in quotes, biological, because we don't actually. It seems like Anastasia, wasn't supposed to have kids, as Happy said, but in quotes, an older biological sister, and then a younger sister that is not biological, presumably tube baby, because she was making like the reavers in the tubes.
Yeah.
So presumably made a tube baby, but we don't know. We just know that Cersei and River are biological, in quotes, and the third one is not biological.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because I remember when we talked to Anastasia, and she said she was looking for her daughters. She said she knew I thought she said she knew like the location of one of them.
Yep.
Couldn't find a third, and had an idea of who the third one was.
She always has, because the way that Anastasia was explaining it is that she always has knowledge of the location of her daughters, like in the sense of like they're alive, they're dead, kind of thing. Since like Eden's weird and Anastasia doesn't seem to be able to push through that magic, I would presume the one that she can't locate is River.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out.
I'm thinking that's because it seems like, although it's not confirmed, that like when Cersei tried to talk to Anastasia and she got like she briefly saw the moon like peek through the clouds and then the wolf howl. Presumably Anastasia maybe made that happen, but can't like make a full push into Eden, so I would assume River is the one that she can't find,
Yeah.
maybe.
Or
Which
she-
would mean she knows the location of the not biological possible tube baby. That's a good point. Because she was going to give the names of the sisters, or at least the names that she gave to them.
Yeah, and
To
you didn't want to hear him.
I do want to hear him because I was emotionally going through some
You
stuff.
were like, don't tell me goodbye.
I don't want to talk to you. You're not my mom.
You're not my real mom.
And then I went to cry to my Feywild mom instead. I was going to talk to her on the ship once I wrestled through my emotions, but then the ship crashed.
Rip.
And then we had no more time. Well, that was the plan, but yeah. And then she has 2 adopted sisters. Yay. Or does she? This universe is confusing now. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I don't even know who I am. Do I
I don't
exist?
think any of us do at this point. We're all just kind of like, well, might as well.
We
Yeah,
like,
Victor does.
I mean, in a sense, we were forced to exist. So we have a life and we have a family, but like, it's real like meta in your head where you're like, okay, but like what Val was saying earlier, like what was your family created to fill in the gap of you poofing into the universe? Were they not your family and then you just got pushed in like Castilla with her family statue? Like she was never in the
That
family statue.
breaks my heart. Like,
And the universe just closed its eyes and pointed somewhere and went, "Yep, in you go. You can go in there." Or is it all secretly Anastasia, who's just helping everyone? She's like, "You can live. You get a chance at life."
it's just like, how could that's one thing I never understood about the Anastasia thing with Castilla specifically is like, why would you risk so much magic and also like energy and time to bring back a random ass baby, even as a favor?
I think she knows something. I think
Oh, she
there's
knows a lot.
some stuff about Anastasia that she knows more. And like maybe the fact that she's because what's his face? My brain is only saying Toru, and that's not who I mean. Orim.
Impulse or
Because the thing that we saw, well, the Cersei saw through passed out Raven, about Orim, and he was saying that they needed Anastasia, but it wasn't like immediate, so they could like get her later, basically. So she must have so much more going on.
You also got to understand, and this is information you do know, and quick food for thought. The Anastasia you talk to and meet now is an unfinished simulacrum sent out
Yeah.
by the real Anastasia at the last moments of being sealed. So while they were the same person at some point, they no longer, over the amount of time that has passed, are exactly the same person.
Mm-hmm.
They can possibly think differently. They can possibly, the simulacrum can possibly not entirely know what the original
No.
Anastasia knows.
Yeah. So I think Moon Anastasia knows so much more. And I feel like Moon Anastasia had a reason. She was like, there is a specific reason that I need you alive. And it might be the same reason why everyone wants Castilla. Like everyone, what did that person? What did the fucking? So the words are confusing. When she was saying about when Toru came and then changed and was like, they're prepping you. Like
It
maybe
was
that's
about like Pearl and whoever fake Anastasia was. Were like, hold on, I typed it out. Hold on. Un momento, because I'm half asleep right now.
un momento, por favor.
Okay. Basically did the discussion about like we shouldn't have existed. Same, but we're the same not. When being split into five, all the individuals, at some point, gods like to do their things, but existences like to do their worst. Some like to stay conscious if they can't die, like to take catalysts, usually unconscious. Most are unwilling, but have to hit just the right marks. You hit, you just about hit all the marks. Someone has been prepping you towards Castilla. This body, your situation, your interactions reminds me a lot of me, but if I know my sisters, you're probably just a contingency if another one is necessary.
Like maybe that is also why Anastasia brought you back in the first place. That was the first thing, the first point. I don't know. I feel like I'm just grasping at red strings that don't go anywhere.
I'm so paranoid this is gonna turn into gut cult situation.
Mm.
That's my fear.
Abby,
Wait,
Oh.
it's the girl with the cross.
it's always the girl with the cross.
Oh my god, it's her.
Oh my god.
She will be important at one point.
Eventually.
It's like that, like when in movies where I'm like, you'll see, you'll all see. As I'm like leaving. That's me with the girl with the cross.
Last session, she's just gonna appear for 1 second and wink and smile at the camera.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be
And then
like, there
blip
she
out of
is.
existence.
The second
There's a
campaign
woman.
hits. She's the big bad boss in the second campaign. Fucking Cersei at her chair. I told you.
I knew it.
Cersei our chair at, like in retirement just gets a pain of like, I knew it.
I'm coming out of retirement just to say, told you so.
Yeah. My
That's
fake
if
queen
Cersei
retirement.
lives.
Nah, I've got to be fake queen, guys. Come on now.
Listen, one of us has to stay in nobility.
Look, I want to sit on that
Victa.
chair. The fucking chair that like her dad and the guards were like all stood around. In my head, I was like, sit on that fucking chair. But I was like, don't sit on that chair. That's very disrespectful.
Do it next time. Next time we go there, don't even say anything. Just go and sit
Disrespect
down.
her.
Just sit on the chair. It's
Disrespect
mine.
her mother.
See what? Oh god.
Cersei, what are you doing?
My
Proving a
actual
point.
like adopted mother is like, what the fuck are you doing? That is an ancient artifact you are sitting on. She's like, yeah,
I
it's
am proving
mine.
a point here.
My mom grounded
Fake
me,
queen.
so I'm sitting on her throne.
River
If she has
claps and nods solemnly, like, yes, finally, rebellion.
Rebellion.
I've waited
I mean,
32 years for this.
Technically, River's the one in line. Then technically, if that's the case.
Do
But
you
it doesn't
think
seem like River
is going
wants
to
to be.
take it? Yeah.
If we think about it like that, Castilla's in line to be queen next, but it is because technically she was born before Astrid was in the family. So, like, we have two characters who could be queen, and I can tell you right now, Castilla doesn't want to be a queen. So, Cersei, you need to be queen.
Nice. Don't worry, I'll rule with an iron fist.
Great, just exactly what we need.
Yeah, I'll just to be fair, like if she gets to level 20, level 20 druids are terrifying. They basically can call the plagues on people.
Let's go.
They are.
Oh, you want to
terrifying.
fuck with me? Plague be upon ye.
Plague be upon ye. There's like
Plague be upon ye for 1,000 years.
there's like I can't remember what it's called. It's actually kind of terrifying. Let's find the spell. All the way down into 9th level we go. It's called Storm of Vengeance. So on the first turn that you summon it, within 300 feet, so this is just massive, a cloud appears and they have to make a constitution saving throw or take 2d6 thunder damage and be deafened for the duration of the spell, which is a minute. On the second turn, acidic rain falls, and each creature and object takes 4d6 acid damage. On turn 3, you can call forth 6 lightning bolts from the cloud to strike 6 different creatures, and they take 10d6 lightning damage. On turn 4,
How much lightning damage you cut off on the
10d6 lightning damage. On turn 4, hailstones rain down from the sky, and each creature takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage. And then on turns 5 through 10, gusts and freezing rain assail the area. Each creature takes 1d6 cold damage until the spell ends. It's difficult terrain, heavily obscured. Ranged weapons are impossible to pass through, and strong winds blow through the area. So you just fucking call on hell, essentially.
Zeus, hear my pleas.
They're terrifying. They're horrendous. But great, obvi. No, she'd be fine. She'd be a fine leader. She's fine. She's just kind of crazy. I imagine she would be really. I've referenced the Mad Hatter quite often. I've multiple times in this session for some reason. But she'd be kind of like the Mad Hatter. I feel like she'd be kooky, and then evil at one point.
Looking at like what Victa would get at higher levels. Currently, the way he's currently going, like half and half with his like levels, he wouldn't be able to get a 9th level spell slot.
Rip.
Oh no! No 9th level fireball.
Quick.
You go.
Oh, just have a quick question. What race is River?
She's an Eldrin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So a Feywild elf, basically.
Why is Cersei a fairy if she's biologically like Anastasia's and
It was explained that Cersei was essentially almost like a copy of the Fey Queen. So like when she was a baby, it was very obvious that she was the Fey Queen's daughter. But as she grew, her body changed with her environment.
okay.
So it sort of morphed and changed to be what she grew up with, which was fairies. So she didn't grow because the Fey Queen naturally, she is essentially like a giant fairy in most depictions of the Fey Queen, or at least has like spectral wings almost.
Gotcha.
And it was also like when it was like 25 feet tall or something stupid like that.
She's very tall, so it's like kind of the way it's explained is that she, or at least Anastasia explained it, is that her environment changed her, so she changed to fit where she was. So
Gotcha. I didn't realize
just
I
be a
included
fairy.
race. Yeah, I didn't realize I
Yeah.
included like her whole race. So I'm sitting here like, hold on.
Things ain't lining up. This ain't it, Chief.
I'm like, how
Wait,
is
you
It's
guys-
animal
To the
fun.
mother.
the
Wait
pun-
if you guys ever find out who Cersei's dad is. Because that, unless you guys snoop around, you're not gonna find that out. That's
Bob.
not information that's necessary.
Anastasia won't answer me if I'm like, Mom, who's my dad? This is an emotional.
You'd probably be
I'm
like,
gonna ask River if you don't tell me.
How have we not asked that yet? It's like
Because I didn't want to know. Cersei was very much like she wanted to talk to her mom to find out if Anastasia was telling the truth, which she knew she was, but she wanted her parents to lie to her and tell her that it wasn't the truth. And then it was too late because then the ship crashed and she didn't have enough time to ask. Look, we'll ask her. We'll go, Anastasia, please.
Also,
Who
reminder
is my
from
dad?
Mickey. Mickey is not going to be available November 1st and most likely the 8th.
okay.
Oh yeah.
We kind of have like 5 people now, so it's not as bad now if someone decides that they can't make it. Unless it's
Thank you for
really
the reminder.
important for that character, I don't think it would be necessary to do to not do the main story.
Yeah, I think if it's one of them. If it's not character specific, or I think if we're in combat or about to be in combat, I think sometimes it's better to have everyone just to be like, please help us. We don't want to die.
Like it would have been real hard for at the time when you needed assistance from Mickey's mom, or the fact that we left off with Mickey and Mickey's mom, Alma's mom, for them to have not been here for him. But I've been like, oh, this is gonna be difficult to write out of because you kind of were left talking with Alma's mom, and Alma was supposed to come back into the room. That was the last thing that was gonna happen. But yeah, but unless something like that's gonna happen, we'll just play the campaign on that day as well. We don't have to do it one shot.
I've been thinking about a Christmas one shot for this group, and I'm just like, tempting.
Instead of kill John Lennon, kill
We have to kill Santa.
the girl that sings "All I Want for Christmas."
Oh, trust me, it's gonna involve toys.
What
Toys?
kind of
Like,
toys?
I don't like the way you said that.
Children's toys.
Okay.
Okay. Please tell me it's like a Toy Story situation.
Well, I have done a one shot like that for my D&D group before.
Hell
It was, hold on, I want to find the art. It was so much fun. And then 3 people didn't show up, and then I basically didn't get to run it. That's not what I was planning, but I could also do that if you want. Hold on. So first of all, we have Jesus Christ, I forgot this art of Canyon. What the fuck? No, I can't open it. Why not? No, we need to show you the disgruntled plush. Hold on. Where is it? This was so important to me. Oh my gosh. All right, 2 seconds. I have to hunt for this now.
I
know
hate
I
when I make too many things for this world, and I have so many scenarios, and I have so many backgrounds now for characters and all that stuff, and I want you guys to know things. Uh, and I know that there's a chance that some of this information is never going to be found out because there's a high chance a lot of this information is not for it to be found out within this campaign. But yeah.
Means we just have to find everything out all the time. Never stop asking questions.
We gotta backtrack now. Back to the original prison.
We gotta
restart the entire campaign.
Oz has things to tell us.
If we're restarting the campaign, I'm making Vika a full artificer.
Really?
Listen, I mean, yes, being a wizard is cool, but I like the vibe of tinkering kobold a lot more.
Fair enough.
And
The
also,
only issue with that is I would have to rethink about what your special thing would be. I would be
Don't
like,
worry about
well,
it.
no.
The reason, and also the main reason is because evocation wizards don't get a lot. The best, from what I can tell, the main thing that I'm seeing that they really get at lower levels that's not like capstone like 14 or whatever is the sculpt spells thing, which is basically not TPK your party with fireball. Because like the next thing for level up at like level 6 would be like uh basically is potent cantrip. When a creature succeeds on a saving throw against their cantrip, the creature takes half the cantrip's damage, if any, but suffers no additional effect from the cantrip. That's like hardly any cantrips that Victa would have. Like,
Sure, Owen, but you have a new subclass. You know what I'm saying? Like you also have the benefit of having another subclass as well.
yeah, being like an artificer,
I mean the magic mending.
that as well. Yeah. Hmm. I'm gonna just keep pumping levels into artificer because like
You do you.
increasing wizards not gonna be cool. Not gonna give a
Whatever
lot.
makes Victor feel like Victor.
Considering the amount of stuff that Victa's grabbing to tinker with, yeah. Like I really do not know what Victa is gonna do with all those like pieces of scrap and spikes that he grabbed from the carriage. But he's gonna do something.
Did you find it, Emily?
Not. It's on my old computer.
Mm.
So I have to go hunting. But basically, it was a one shot where I turned everybody into toys, and had them be owned by the players, and they were basically stuck in the classroom having to figure out what the hell was going on. Hold on, I found things. So I had our Tabaxi was Cuddle Me Canyon. Uh, my character was as a joke for strawberry shortcake, lemon rose cake.
Nice.
Um, um, Abrius, which was Mickey's character at the time, was a Lego minifigure researcher because they don't have names. But I then have instead of Polly Pockets, we had Pocket Royals, Action Osteria, and Pirate Barbie.
Nice.
And also our BBG or suspected BBG was a Furby in this.
Yo.
Accurate.
The true enemy.
It
Hellspawn.
was so good. And then the person who had the cat Cuddle Me Canyon, he was like, "Oh, if this is me owning the toy as a child, then the thing's gonna have a stick through it," and played the entire game with the character being impaled
Oh.
and mistreated as a toy. And I'm like, what the hell? So maybe something like that if you guys want, but I have thoughts. Teehee.
Amazing.
I
Gonna have
find
some
like
fun finally.
I find like those one shots that are like you're in campaign and you're still playing like the same characters, but it's like we're just gonna pluck you out of this hellscape you're in for a second.
Oh, trust me, it would pluck him out of that hellscape real damn quick.
We're gonna put you in a very cute festive setting for a moment. Take a breather.
A one shot where it's just a beach episode.
We're like in an anime. It's like it's your beach episode, guys. All the plot is non-existent for a moment.
Roll initiative for volleyball.
Who's the best at volleyball?
I mean, that actually kind of sounds so fun.
We use spells to make ourselves slightly better at playing.
Oh god, I can imagine Victor would have like disadvantage on like physically hitting the beach ball because like he's just fucking small.
Enlarge reduce. There you go.
Turn
For
into
what?
Swole again.
That's if Cersei's on the same team as him.
That's true.
He
Enlarge, reduce the enemy. Reduce them so they're tiny.
Victor forgets about his horns and goes to headbutt the volleyball and then just gets impaled.
Pops. At a later level, Victor could learn to enlarge or reduce himself as an artificer.
Perfect.
Do it. It's somewhat
Wait,
helpful.
wait, what the fuck is catnap?
What?
It's a spell.
Oh, it's so good. In my other campaign, my friend who's playing a wizard, he learned catnap specifically so because it gives you the benefits of a short rest. And he learned it specifically for the monk and me, the warlock. So like instead of us taking like a short rest to get our stuffs back, he could just cast it on us and we would get a short rest.
Oh.
Xanathar, tell me your
Let's
secrets. What the
get
fuck?
back.
I want to know the details of catnap.
It is so good. It's such a good spell. But I think it is only affected for short rest stuff, so or at least that's what we use it for. But yeah, it was really, really useful for us because monks get like a bunch of stuff back, and obviously warlocks, they get all of their spell slots back on a short rest. It was very, very useful.
Yeah, like magic wise, I kind of want to start like leading Victa into the board into like buffs aspect like a bit more. So like he's both artillery support and buffing. So like I definitely want to give him haste at some point.
That's a good idea.
Make
Like-
Spis even faster.
honestly. Like,
Yeet.
and also as on top of like on top of the 2 actions per turn.
Is haste does haste add just 1 extra action or 2?
I can double check that. Looking
Because in
haste.
Baldur's Gate it adds 2, but I feel like it adds 1 from spell. God.
Also, I apologize. It is 11:30. I have not taken a nap in 3 days, and therefore I have not been sleeping.
No, for sure.
You are
So,
good.
I
Fine.
apologize. I will be more coherent tomorrow. Expect rambles after all the things that happened tonight. Uh, yeah. Farewell, my friends.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Oh
Bye.
well.
Night.
Bye.
Bye. Haste gives choose a willing creature in range. Until the spell ends, the target's speed is doubled. It
Nice.
gains plus two AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and gains an additional action on each turn.
Oh, an
That
additional
action,
action.
yeah, one additional action. That action can be used to only take attack, one weapon attack only.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can be used to take attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
Right. Okay.
And when the spell ends, the target cannot move or take actions until after its next turn.
Yeah. That's fatigue, right?
Yeah, er, uh, as a wave of lethargy sweeps over it. Uh,
Nice.
so yeah, technically yeah.
Yeah, because
It's
they
not.
kind of
It's not.
changed it a little bit in Baldur's Gate. Like they let you take 2 attacks, like your normal attack amount for haste, which I was like, I feel like that's not how it worked. But then again, I'd always forget it was a concentration, and then I cast another concentration spell and completely ruin it. So I never had it for
Yeah.
that long, ever, because I just would always forget.
Wait, do artificers get haste?
I don't know. If you're on roll, if
Yes,
you're
yes, they
on
do.
thingy, you should be able to check the tags at the bottom.
Yeah. Well, I have the book in my hand, so and
Oh,
yes,
okay.
he can get haste in the future. Oh, he can also get revivify. Tiny servant, what is that?
Revivify.
Revivify.
Yeah, revivify.
I just see tiny servant and I'm immediately.
Yeah, I mean the uh, the revivify spell. It's like Cersei only has it because of her subclass, because it's not actually a druid spell. Um,
Yeah.
it's just because she's a Whitefire druid, so that's the only reason she has it. And that's one of the reasons I took it as the subclass. That and I got a cool fire creature, which, you know, what
I
more
mean,
could you
why
want?
not?
Fair.
I
Familiars
was
seem to
really.
run in the family.
Hmm?
I said familiars seem to run in the family.
They do. It's because we're like friends. We really just like having people to talk to.
Oh my god.
We're all actually loners that have no friends, so we have to make them.
That's so sad. We all have familiars because we're lonely people.
We are very lonely. Nobody wants to be our friends for various different reasons. So we have to make them. Oh, that's depressing.
I'm,
God alive.
I'm so excited to get to level 10 for Barbarian.
What happens at level
Uh,
10?
I get, uh, when you are imperial during your rage, the magic within you can lash out. Immediately after you take damage or fail a saving throw while raging, you can use your reaction to roll on the wild magic table and immediately produce the effect rolled. This effect replaces your
Oh,
current wild magic effect.
it's a subclass thing.
Yeah. Um,
Nice.
and with my 100 long list, I just think that'll be really funny.
Somebody hits you and you just like burst into like chaotic energy and they're like, oh God, what did I do?
The marbles come back.
They just fall over instantly.
Somebody hit.
I mean, to
I
be
don't know.
fair, that would weaponize the fireball one. Like, you know, I think I don't know if it's you roll a 1 or whatever, but that would weaponize the bad fireball roll that's on the sorcerer's table. I don't know if it's also on the barbarian
Yeah,
one.
Don't
I,
remember that one.
I highly doubt that like I would be I mean the sorcerer's one is most like
Oh.
it's whatever Jesse got the list from.
Yeah, some.
Like
If you've got anything like that centered on a point within yourself.
That if I roll a 1, fireball spell centered on you.
Nice. That weaponizes that if someone hits you, and then you're like, oh, you've made a really big mistake here, but also kind of for me, but mainly for you, and then you would just explode.
I like the
also
idea.
I was just gonna say like I cannot believe it has been this long in the campaign and I have not specified what Victor's spellbook looks like.
I forgot he had one.
Like and thankfully I have a wonderful example for it, but yeah, Vel, you can say whatever you're gonna be saying.
Oh, I was just gonna say I like the idea of somebody like hitting Spis and then like their bones disappear randomly. That's a thing.
Uh,
It's disappear.
Yeah, bones just vanish.
It just turned into like a jelly puddle.
Yeah. I mean,
you or the attacker?
no, Spis's bones disappear.
Does she have bones?
Does
Has
Spis
that been
have
confirmed?
bones?
That's a good question.
Spis.
Do Genasi have bones, canonically?
Does this specific brand of air genasi, the transparent one?
I feel like
We do not know.
Hollow bones.
hollow bones like a bird. Oh, that'd be
Airy
so funny.
bones.
She probably does have that just to make her, because it's harder to see through. It's completely solid object. The bones have to be more hollow. Oh my god.
Funnily enough, when you Google do air genasi have bones, Google is like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not a question people ask. Playing D&D, it's important.
Well, normal air genasi, most likely yes, since they're basically just weird humans. But normally, like D&D 5th edition air genasi, they are just humans, but like they're just like elves, humans, whatever, but blue.
Blue
Yeah.
people.
Vel just wanted to make Spis transparent because why not?
I just wanted Spis to be see-through. I just wanted some fun. I looked at the regular air genasi thing and went, that's boring.
I like to think it was more, Vel went, would be difficult to draw.
What would be the most difficult thing to draw for me to not draw? Because I can't do that.
It's like, it's in order. It's Victor is the hardest for me to draw because I suck at drawing like non-human faces. And then it's Spis because I have to remember, like I have to do different layers for the lines that are like behind her arm, like her sleeves, for instance. I'm like, oh, well, you could see the sleeve line through her arm. So I have to draw different layers. She's got about 7 million layers to her drawing, and everyone else has got like 5.
Good.
I'm sorry I'm also sorry to point this out, but I feel like it's been long enough. In the tarot card drawing, Spis's shoe.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I refuse to go back and do it because it is like 7. When I say it is like so many layers for a space drawing, I'm not kidding. Every single time I'm like, I see it and I'm like, I should probably go back and do that. But I'm like, I can't be bothered to find the layer.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
no,
Until I pointed it out.
Yeah, it's because of the angle. You should technically be able to see like the lip of like where they would sit on her heel,
Yeah.
you should technically be able to see that lip of the shoe. And I realized it maybe like 2 days after I posted the image because I was like looking back on it, and in my head I was like, I can't be bothered. I genuinely cannot be bothered. And I was thinking that if whenever I went back and because they're in like a different folder, all of those ones. Like when I go back and do like an Alma one, or I still want to do one for Pearl, I'm like, I'll do it then. I'll fix it then. Because then when we get like the full like, oh, here's everyone, look how cute they all are, then you'll have a shoe line. But not a moment before.
I love that Spis is difficult. She deserves to be a little difficult.
And her hair as well always gets me. I'm like, if she's at an angle, you'd be able to see, because her hair's not see-through. So you'd be able to see her hair through her head.
The funny thing is, her hair is a little see-through. It's very fine and wispy.
Yeah,
But
like cloud-like, right? Is
yeah,
that right?
it
That's how I
definitely.
was envisioning it.
Yeah, when you touch it, it's definitely hair, but it's like the lightest and fluffiest, like the lightest and softest hair ever. Where you're like, am I actually touching something or not?
Everyone is asking Spis constantly how, like, for a hair care routine.
And she's like, I don't know, bro. I was just born like this. I shoved my
She
head
just,
in a
I just wake
pond.
up.
I shoved my head in a pond to wash it for 6 years. I don't know, man.
I will say, Vel, that example I gave you, when you had transformed during the fight, you're free to design whatever you want it to look like. I was just giving an example for visual purposes
Oh, hell yeah.
of what it can look like.
AKA whatever I can interpret the best through Vel's rambling of what it looks
There you
like.
go. Owen, time to do some drawing.
So, I think that's great because that means that this is definitely going to happen again.
It is essentially an elemental of lightning form-esque thing. So all that kind of bluish flame-looking stuff is just lightning. But it's also windy. It's not like just lightning itself. It's just air and lightning. And then a more corporeal form in the center.
Like an actual storm.
Pretty much.
That's wild.
He is the eye of the storm.
I'll have to start playing.
And
It
then
is approaching.
whenever you get the chance, well, funny you say that because the inspiration for this was two different things. In a game called Guilty Gear, it's a fighting game. A certain character has something that's called, generally in fighting games, it's called a dragon install, and they just basically transform into a different form. And that was the inspiration for that. And the other inspiration was from Devil May Cry. The brothers transform willingly into an alternate form, but obviously this one's more tied to some of Spis's story and elementally tied to her lightning stuff. You're not freely able to use it yet, so, but perhaps that will change soon. And then you roll, just to give you a slight example of what it does. When you transform to it, you are resistant to all forms of damage.
Oh?
Except for things that don't fall under the regular rolls of damage, like technically the elements, warp element, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you are immune to any lightning damage.
Yeah.
You also keep whatever roll you had for your original Feywild Rage. This is a rage on top of your rage, by the way. This is how you would activate it once you get it. But you have to use motes, and depending on how many motes you use, that's how many turns it lasts.
Okay.
And so when you first transform into it, I roll a d6, or you roll a d6, and then whatever comes out of that d6 is the effects that form has. The effect you had for the number you rolled where the lightning bolt hits every time you strike.
Gotcha. That's cool.
And your weapon also just forms into your body form, and just becomes a part of your unarmed attacks.
Okay. That's really cool. I'm really stoked about that. That's really cool.
There's also, so for a lot of these dragon installs in the game itself, there was an effect, and I finally found the song I wanted for it. That when it's activated, the music changes, and I was gonna have the same effect happen whenever it's activated. The music would change. And there's two different versions. Luckily, I get a lot of my music from the MMO Final Fantasy because they have a lot of thematic songs, and I tend to pick some songs off of that and then try to fit it with specific characters because it can make sense. So in the future, when you guys have some very thematic fights that happen, and there's going to be some very important thematic fights, the songs will have lyrics to them, and they will actually be in relation to the character in that moment. And your character is so far the only person that has one for that form. Which I can send you the song to see if you want to, because I've linked certain stuff of your character to it that actually fits, and other stuff I think about it and I'm like, well, I mean, this song wasn't originally written for your character, so there's gonna be things in here that don't actually fit your character, but that's fine, is what it is. But there's two versions of that song. One of them is instrumental, one of them is the lyric version, and I plan to pull out the instrumental one whenever you just regularly transform during a normal boss fight. So only during boss fights I'm going to do it, so I don't have to keep changing the song every single time you decide to use it. And then a boss fight that's more thematically Spis centered, or has more connection to your actual character, will have the lyric version appear.
Oh my god.
That would be so good.
That's so
Just
cool.
create so many AMVs on all of these songs that appear.
Yeah.
If only.
We can imagine
Like,
the
they'll all be
animes.
happening in my head.
I've made thousands of animations for this campaign so far in my head. So
Yeah.
I so wish I could animate. It upsets me multiple times when I remember that I don't know how to animate.
I have a friend
The
who's
one skill.
learning to animate, but she can't draw, so she needs somebody else to do the drawings for her.
How does that?
She takes she can take like she can do like the basics of adding like simple lines and stuff to drawings to make it look like they moved slightly. But she basically learned how to animate just do like very basic animations of drawings like move a little bit. But she needs the drawings to exist first.
All right.
I'm gonna finish up what I'm doing, but I'm gonna go to bed, I think, after this.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for the session, Jesse.
it was a good
My
session.
sibling has appeared.
One of your siblings have
happen today.
appeared. Yeah.
Happy
Next question. Be prepared. Who's my dad?
We'll see if you even get told that.
The first thing that comes out of my mouth. You're like, right, session begins. I'm like, right, who's dad?
Oh,
Mom never got to tell me who's dad.
Mom did not get to tell me anything. Who's my father? Do you know? Yes or no?
are you my? Are you my
Are
father?
you my father?
Oh god.
Cersei, I am your father. What'd you be like a demon? How funny would that be?
Oh boy.
There you go. We can all just imagine. Homework for next week. Everyone comes up with a Cersei dad.
It's a regular human guy. Cersei's actually only half Fae.
Yeah, his name's like John.
Anastasia with a mustache.
Yeah, that could be.
Fair.
Val, when you
You
hear
don't
that
need no
song,
man.
you'll find some of the lyrics fit very well with some stuff of your character, like a little too well. And when I picked a bunch of these songs, a lot of the lyrics fit the specific characters I put them to very well. The only reason why this one I don't know whether it entirely fits your characters because I don't know your character all the way through so far. You know
Yeah.
what they will become and stuff, but the other ones, since I've already made the characters myself, like Anastasia and stuff, they're lyrical songs. Absolutely to the point, fit their characters. So
I'm really curious what you're gonna be able to make for Vikta.
we'll see if I can. I this this was for the form itself, and like I said, with your characters, it would be a lot harder for me to be able to pick a specific song for them. And then
Fair
obviously
enough.
for the characters I created, I know them through and through and what I plan to do with them. So it was a lot easier to look for something that fit them thematically. And I've changed songs here and there. Um, and well, I told you I was going to tell you guys eventually. So before we leave, the last information I give you guys was that the BBG has changed a few times. And originally, the BBG was meant to be. Well, I guess if we go all the way back to this first campaign, the BBG was meant to be a general from the warp that had survived, and he would have been the one that um, was in control of the more demonic creatures that you guys haven't even met yet. You've met two forces of the warp, not that one specifically, because it was supposed to be a demonic centered campaign. This is when it was just Abby and Owen, and then the other people that are no longer here. And then once it changed, and you grabbed the book, you had an item of such high importance to stuff that you were not going to know anything outside of actual lore from your realm. None of this other world and other time and all that shit. Once that happened, I was like, oh well, I'll figure something else out that will be a little more within that. It was at the point where my in real life friends decided that we weren't going to have the campaign running anymore. That I was just like, well, I had this big story planned out that now I'm not going to be able to do. So then I kind of transferred it over here. But obviously, the relations to the original characters weren't going to be super a part of it in terms of like you guys wouldn't get all the references to the original characters. So I had to retune it. And Anastasia was supposed to be the BBG. But as far as we know, she's not. Moments interactions with you guys had changed my ideas for Anastasia, and I decided that I did not want her to be the BBG because she's not necessarily a cruel and senseless individual. She's just a very lost person because she's had her childhood stripped from her at a very early age. So I changed that completely. And I think at some point I had like it all click, everything clicked, to where I was just like, I know who I want the BBG to be, but and that without trying to spoil anything, there is not a single individual that is the cause of all this. There are multiple factors, and so therefore, technically, there is no BBG, but there is a end boss, and you'll know what that means further into the campaign. But even the actual BBG that you guys end up fighting, you'll have that thought that being like, well, this was the BBG, but it wasn't just their fault. It was a lot of individuals' faults that everything got to this point. You know.
It's Spis.
It's
It's always been Spis.
it's been space all along.
That's like Spis gets the song.
Oh, is it Agatha all along? Do, 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 do. Oh
Yeah.
man,
I'll leave that for you guys, and I'll say good night, and I'll see you guys next Friday.
Good night.
It's been
Oh,
so cool.
see you next Friday.
See you next Friday. Good night,
See you
guys.
next Friday. Good night.
Bye.